And for folks that want to use the restroom, there's two back there. We'd like to keep those clear, please. So please, I don't want to stop the meeting and have to ask people to move, so if we could do that, it'd be great. I opened up the windows here. That's our air conditioning. It might be a little warm in here as we go, so. So can you call roll for us here, Kat, please?
All right, Director Fields,
Here.
Director Coleman,
Here.
Chairman McMaster,
Here.
Director Slider,
Here.
Director Smith,
Here.
all present.
Could I have a motion to approve the agenda as given?
I will make the motion to approve the agenda as stated.
I'll second.
Okay, another roll call?
What do we have? I'd like to discuss, I'd recommend moving the Chehalem Heritage Trails Advisory Committee report up to 5A. And also, I think we should move the item 7C up to 5B, higher up in the agenda.
Yeah, I talked with Shale just a minute ago, and they said they were fine with being where they were.
Okay.
So I can leave it there, and I'd rather leave everything else the same.
Actually,
Unless you want to move up.
did you have a conversation about? No. No. It's John speaking. John speaking for the Trails Committee.
Well, either way, you can do it down when we're having, after, public comment, or you can do it before public comment.
Jim.
I'm pretty easy that way.
Go for it.
And Jim, I too would recommend that we move 7C up. We could do that in a couple of minutes.
What's the reason to have to move it up?
I want people to know that we have some options.
Well, I'd like to leave it where it is for now, and we'll move on. And as far as the folks that are with that are going to speak for the equestrian group, did we come to a conclusion on when? It doesn't matter to me either way.
Whenever you'd like.
Okay, then we'll just do it right at the end of public comment.
Before, please.
Before public comment, you got it. And that's the second public comment. Okay, all right, we have public participation for items not on the agenda. Is there anyone here that we know of that, okay, we have one person, so I'm gonna read this right now. And then this also is going to take place when we do public comments for equestrians later in the action item part of the agenda. So right now, I would like to thank you for participating in public comment this evening. The public comment period is an essential part of local government meetings. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. In observance of Oregon open meeting laws, this isn't the time for dialogue, but rather a time for us to listen to you. I have the sign-up sheets here. Anyone joining us remotely who wishes to provide comment can notify the meeting monitor now by clicking the raise hand icon, and you will be added to the queue. The superintendent may direct staff to follow up with you regarding your comments or questions. They're provided with contact information on the form. Before you make your comment, please state your name, your address, and whether or not you live within the Chehalem Park and Recreation District. To keep things moving, the chair will recognize the speaker and request the next person to be prepared to speak. Do we have a form for Steve Paulson raised his hand, I
I
think?
saw one in there when I was looking through. There was one in there.
Okay, so we have one. Do we have anyone else that is going to give public comment outside of the equestrian topic tonight?
We have one for the golf course clubhouse that's not specifically on there.
That's
for
Steve.
Steve Paulson.
Okay. So, Steve, you're welcome to go to the podium, yeah.
I'm gonna do a quick count. And then ask Julie to give us a count. Ready?
I'm ready, go.
You got the timer up?
Steve Paulson, 5010 Longest Drive, Newburgh, Oregon, the greens, the golf course.
So you're a district resident.
District resident, yes. On December 8th, 2025, at the golf course committee meeting, I asked, it quote, "Is this project contingent upon or separate from a third 9 holes construction? Can this happen with or without a third 9 completed?" Clay Downing responded, and this is all on YouTube, so you can check. I keep the receipts, you can check it for yourself. Clay Downing, quote, "The study is being done with the assumption that the third 9 gets built, as that is the direction from the board. This was specifically scoped to contemplate with the third 9. We scoped it this way. The third 9 is expected to pay for itself much more readily than the clubhouse. The thinking is the third 9 and the clubhouse will go up at the same time." However, on January 22nd, 2026, at the last CPRD board meeting, after the architect firm presented their plan and build options for the clubhouse, Jim McMaster, quote, "Can we build this clubhouse, pay for it with what we have existing as far as what we have at our golf course for its number of holes, or will it not make it unless we build the next 9, end quote. Jim is saying we need numbers on a third 9 before proceeding any further to make any decisions. Michael Bond, one of the architects, quote, "The pricing of the third 9 is not in our scope. I can't speak to that. It wasn't part of the RPF, end quote. Jim, quote, "We need to know all the numbers," end quote. Clay, "The current scope of work anticipated a single model based on the board's strategic planning priorities. If the board needs more scenarios, then we can do that." So is it 9 or 18 holes? Hopefully you all are following what is happening here. It appeared at the golf course committee meeting, I don't know if there's anyone here representing them, that this whole thing was gonna be done as a package deal. Then the architects come and put together a beautiful presentation, and Jim says, "No, I need more numbers, I need more time." These are architects of buildings, they're not golf course designers. I would like for the board and everyone associated with this district to just admit that Jim and the other board members want no part of a golf course improvement and stop wasting everyone's time and resources. This golf course is the only thing that CPRD owns that makes money. I've lived out there for over 10 years. This district does not deserve anything remotely close to resembling a nice and permanent clubhouse. There's no chance it would be taken care of to the level needed. You'd be better off going to Stone Creek Golf Course and copying their triple wide. They actually have a nice triple wide. At least it's in excellent condition and there's a pride of ownership there. Just think about that. Stop wasting people's time. If you're gonna kick the can down the road like a lot of other projects, just tell the people and stop wasting everybody's time and money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'd like to call for approval of the consent agenda.
I think,
Do we have one more?
I'm not sure if he signed in.
Oh, I didn't see that in the stack, but if
It
you
was over across the street,
Oh.
they were bringing them over, I guess, I thought.
I will go get those. Will you take the public comment for the item on the agenda? I'll
Go ahead.
find the other public comment. Thank you. Thank you for keeping the doorway clear, guys.
Thank you. I'm Roger Coleman, 404 Ironwood Drive, Newburgh. I'm a member of the Newburgh Traffic Safety Committee and the CPRD Clubhouse Advisory Committee. But I'm here tonight not speaking for those positions, but as a citizen, private citizen. So I want to make that very clear. I'm not speaking for those groups. And I want to talk about an issue in the superintendent's report, page 102, concerning the City of Newburgh invites CPRD to participate in citizens initiated public improvement adjacent to Chehalem Glen Golf Course. Safe pedestrian crossing at this intersection of Fernwood and Bruchert Street has been on the city's traffic safety activity issue log for a number of years. This very popular crossing is part of the CPRD Getman Loop Trail, close to the golf course in many neighborhoods. Currently, there are no marked crosswalk areas in this area, and it's not a straight across crossing. Vehicle traffic in the area and lack of visual warnings make pedestrian crossing a safety issue. The City of Newburgh contracted with Keller and Associates to look at this situation and develop some proposals ranging from $65,000 to $118,000. The City of Newburgh has chosen the $65,000 proposal and is asking the CPRD to partner with them on this project, as it has effects on both the users of CPRD trails and the citizens walking near the golf course and neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have approval of the consent agenda. Can I have a motion on that?
I'll move to approve it.
I'll second.
Voice vote,
Did not
please.
get that.
I'll move to approve it.
Is that Jason?
Jason.
Thank
And
you.
I will second.
Thank you.
Okay, voice vote on that.
Jason Fields, aye.
Nick Conan, aye.
Jim McMaster, aye.
Matt Smith, aye.
Brandon Slider, aye.
You, motion passes 5-0.
Is Clay back in the room yet?
No.
Because he's on board. So, before Clay gives his discussion on staff presentation, I have two members of the Park and Recreation District that have put in comments here. Or Clay, are you ready to go before I do this?
Yep, there are no more comment forms on the other building.
Okay.
The last registry that we've got. And there's no one online right now that has expressed an interest in speaking.
Okay, well then, it's your time, staff presentation. This is on the Bob and Crystal Riley recreation types, designations and restrictions, and related to correspondence under correspondence. So go ahead.
Give me one moment to pull up my slide deck. I just have to log in real quick here.
Do you have any jokes, Jim?
The joke is that Clay said this would be fast.
Hey, we're pulling it up there. Let's see here. There it is. Richard, I just sent you a sharing screen request.
Okay, to save time, before you give your presentation, I'm going to bring the two people up I talked about before. Under public comment is Don Clements and Don Loving. They were both, one was a superintendent, Don was, and Don Loving was a board member, and they were here when the contract was signed with the folks with the Riley Foundation. So they're going to give you a little history of what happened at that time, and we'll just need to pay attention to the time. Thanks, Don.
Sure.
But name,
Don Loving.
address, and
29265 Northeast Benjamin Road.
and you
Oregon.
live in Park District.
I do.
Okay.
I was on the board for a year or two. So, be clear that I was asked to come and speak tonight. I'm not taking any position on your issue. I was just asked to give some historical perspective. The only issue I care about anymore is the golf course and the clubhouse. It was always the plan of the board throughout the process to build the third nine and clubhouse at the same time. I'll say that. So, I was the chair of the board, one of my several stints of doing that when we took the property. And one of the first things we did was we had a meeting on the property, on the patio back there. There was maybe 40 folks there. Commissioner Sterrett was there, I remember that. And we said two things at that meeting. One was, we didn't know exactly what we were gonna do with the property. It sort of fell into our lap and through unusual circumstances. And Two, we made very clear at that meeting and others that there would be some changes to the property. We always said that. And in line with that, soon thereafter, we formed a Riley Park Committee. We had a half dozen or more folks on that committee. I was the liaison to the committee. We met for over a year. 13 months is what's in my memory. That could be off. We had an equestrian representative on the committee, Regina Shapiro. We had a bike representative on the committee, Brian Bowman. At no point in time did I ever have to separate them. They got along fine. And we talked for over 13 months. The chair of that committee, Wendy Wente, is down here in front of me. Wendy's like an environmental scientist, works for DEQ. Her perspective was all about keeping everything in balance up there and such. Obviously, Regina was there on behalf of equestrians. Brian was there on behalf of bikers. We had a young woman who wanted to build a children's play area up there, not a playground with teeter-totters and swings, but just a natural play area. So we had to do it. And we had a sometimes grouchy neighbor who didn't want anything up there. He was concerned about traffic, fire, and safety, so, and legitimately so. So anyway, so the committee met, and we kicked around lots of proposals, and we ended up with some recommendations that were to be part of, to go to a master plan, which that never happened while I was on the board. That sort of fell through the cracks. But I guess, there was never any discussion during that time. I mean, Regina never took her shoe off and pounded on the table and said, there's only gonna be horses up here and horses only. That, she was always part of the discussion, and, she was ready to talk about things. And so, the committee talked about lots of things, but it was never, we're just gonna have bikes, we're just gonna have horses, or like that. There was always a spirit of compromise on the committee, and it was understood that, there would be some changes to that property.
Thanks, Don.
That's really all I have to say.
Don Clements?
Don Clements, Lindquist Court, Newburgh, member CPRD, and was superintendent for about 33, 34 years. I can't remember, since '85. What I can tell you is the way we got involved in this program was through the courts. There was a lot of problems. I don't remember all the issues, never researched it, didn't want to deal with it. The only thing is that I know is that there was a lot of money owed, and the Nature Conservancy Trust for Public Lands, other groups was involved along with us. As a matter of fact, I was called by some of those groups. If they got involved, would we get involved or be part of their coalition? The way it turned out was we were the only ones that kind of took the lead and went forward with it. There was, the district was represented by Alan Brown, which I talked with him a couple of weeks ago. He was legal counsel, and the foundation had an attorney as well who was representing the foundation. There was legal requirements, and we wanted to make sure that in the future there was not difficulties. We had to set a price. There had to be a lot of negotiation done. I think the foundation, again, I can't speak for them, but it's simply my interpretation. They wanted to do what Crystal originally wanted to do, and they wanted to follow through with that. As a matter of fact, the correspondence between the attorneys will spell that out. There were certain things we couldn't agree to. We did not agree to. If that had not been acceptable, the deal would have been off. And it's all in between the correspondence between the legal counsels. There's no question about that. I believe, if I remember correctly, and I think I do, one of them was the idea of trails. Would it be horses only? We did not agree to that. And it stated in Alan's letter back to the attorney that we would not agree to that. What we did agree to is that there would always be horse trails there. The only thing I can remember is I went around the state of Oregon. I looked at different trails that had bicyclists as well as horses. I will say, as a professional, and what my interpretation was, they never got along. I
Don-
wish they had, but they did.
Don, I gotta wrap it up, but thank you. I
All right.
think you gave us the main information. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
And I think-
Clay Downing.
All right. Richard, could you go ahead and share the screen that you've got prepared for me? All right. Thank you very much. So this is to lay out some of the items that are in the board letter that was presented to your board and the public in the packet. So this is related to our discussion tonight. The recommendation from the board letter had two items. One, simply review and receive public comments related to Bob and Crystal Riley Park, and deliberate, consider possible actions related to usage and activities at Bob and Crystal Riley Park, and provide direction to staff. So we're going to talk about a few things as I work through here, because these were in the board letter, and so I'm going to try and highlight and explain these, and I'll be able to answer some questions from the board if you have them after I get done with the presentation portion here. And then I'm happy to answer any further questions you have once you hear public comments and get into deliberation as well. So we're going to go through current direction as staff understands it, proposal that was recently received and shared in your board packet from C2 Consulting related to evaluation of properties, property rights and pre-acquisition correspondence that we have in our records, use alternatives discussion just for board consideration for framing up a conversation, public feedback that has been received in the last year or so, and our mission. So starting off, current direction staff understands it goes back to September and then later August, September 2023, then later in August 2024. The board voted to prohibit bicycling at Bob and Crystal Riley Park in September 2023. Additional direction was given to staff to find new locations and opportunities for mountain biking outside of Bob and Crystal Riley Park. In August 2024, the board adopted the Bob and Crystal Riley Park Master Plan, which includes pedestrian and equestrian as principal uses for the park's trail system. So there's other things contemplated in addition to that as part of the master plan, but as far as trail use, those are the main user groups. I would say with respect to this direction at this point, based on working with bicycle community contacts and going to the properties that we have under ownership, we have not found anything that was ripe, but as we go on to the next slide and talk about the proposal from C2, the folks that we've spoken with are not professionals. They're stakeholders, they're people that do these activities, they have an idea of what they want, what they think would be good for the bicycling community. Also, staff are not technical experts in bicycle trail building. So the proposal that you'll see, and I believe it's attachment 1 in the board letter, would review completed activities, review trails at Bob and Crystal Riley Park to establish a baseline of the usership that we had prior to that 2023 decision, determine mountain biking activity personas, or essentially those groups that we want to serve, the experiences that we want to provide, and who those folks are, who those riders are, evaluate specific sites within the district and identify which sites would afford the best opportunities for mountain bike trail development, and recommend near-term actions for future development, and then summarize those findings in a report to the board and the district. So that's what we find in that proposal.
And when is that proposal due for
That-
completion?
I wanted to hear what the board wants the staff to do at this. It's just under $10,000 in price. So we can do it, and we can do it under the staff's kind of employee threshold for spending and procurement. But I want to make sure that in a discussion like this, that is still a value based on what the board wants us to do. Under our current direction, we would pursue this so that we evaluate those through a professional measure and with professional expertise. So there's also in the board letter a statement from legal counsel. So a portion of that reads, and our attorney is online, is available to answer any questions that the board might have regarding how to proceed, regarding order of this hearing, any of those things. The deed from Crystal Dawn Smith Riley Foundation to CPRD dated November 18, 2014 contains no restrictions on use. This does not appear to have been an oversight. Prior to CPRD's purchase of the property, by letter dated September 12, 2013, the foundation proposed the land, quote, be kept permanently available for agricultural uses, end quote. CPRD expressly declined to agree to such restrictions. In a letter dated September 27, 2013, it explained, quote, in the future, CPRD must be free to change any agricultural use if the board deems it appropriate to meet its public mandate, end quote. There are additional statements in there from our attorney that talk a little bit about when something is legally binding, when it's not legally binding. In conversation with our attorney, it boils down to this is a policy decision on the board. The board is not bound by restrictions. The board is not legally bound to do certain things based on what we understand of those items. If former ownership has other documentation that says something contrary to that, we're open to receiving it. But nothing like that has been shared. Only conversations have been shared at this point that goes beyond what we currently have. And I'm going to briefly turn it over to Justin Thorpe, our attorney who's online on Zoom. Justin, do you have anything that you would like to say in response, particularly with respect to whether this was a sale, a gift, a donation, something else?
Yeah, so whether it is technically a donation versus a purchase doesn't really answer the question of whether or what the legal restrictions are on use. You can have a arm's length commercial purchase that has covenants and restrictions that restricts the property's use in the future. You can have a donation that has no such restrictions. So I don't think that really answers the question of what are the legal restrictions, if any. The answer to that is you look at the conveyance documents. And in this case, there is some correspondence leading up to those as well. And that I do not see any restrictions on use.
Thank you, Justin. So in some of the following slides, I'm going to go through some of the correspondence and try and put the requests that were from the former ownership of the property alongside what our responses to them were prior to acquisition of the property. And in the board letter, I use the term acquisition regularly. There's been some contention on the terms sale and the terms gift and the term donation. And again, Justin's welcome to correct me if I get him wrong on this, but those are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Did we use public funds to acquire the property? Yes, the district did. Was it well below market value to do that? Yes, it was. And so it could be couched as a donation, and if there's a charitable gift or something that related to taxes and those sorts of things, that is not something the district's involved with, because the district side of it was the acquisition of the property. So those were the principal portions of what we were dealing with. So going into the correspondence that was provided in the board letter, this was part of attachment 2. There were 3 separate sections to it. The statutory deed associated with the property, the letter from the foundation which owned the property at the time, which was sending correspondence to Chehalem Park and Recreation District, and Chehalem Park and Recreation District's response to that prior to acquisition of the property. So in general, those topics go through those here shown on this slide, and I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but I am going to go through a few of them. And I would point out that number 7 in this management operations of the land, that had several subsections to it. So I'm not going to highlight every single one of those either. Those are all listed in the board letter and provided in that document. So one of these correspondence, item number 3 that was listed, the foundation requested that the land transferred to CPRD be permanently protected from further residential or commercial development, and the agricultural land be kept permanently available for agricultural uses. This is all written up here. CPRD generally agreed that they were not planning on doing any kind of residential or commercial development, excluding CPRD's own activities, but that they couldn't agree that the land currently under cultivation would be preserved for agricultural purposes. So this gets to, and we'll see this in the other points, the district had to maintain its mandate to the public and to serve the public and retain that autonomy in doing so. And that's why, in that response, was going towards something like a deed that did not have restrictions on how the property would be used. Next, on item number 4 in that correspondence, the foundation said they would like CPRD to agree that it will forever own and manage the land as public land under the jurisdiction of CPRD, and that no portion of the property will be sold or transferred to another owner. And so our attorney went on to explain that in certain cases we felt it was in the best interest of the public to have the flexibility to trade or sell portions of property. Things change over time. Boundary disputes, evolving needs, and those sorts of things. We wanted to maintain those, but we also, in that statement, talked about how we didn't have a history of selling large portions of land that had been obtained for public use. Then in item number 6 in that correspondence, the foundation requested that CPRD save and repair the buildings and outbuildings if at all possible, and agree that no buildings will be removed or destroyed unless there is no way to save and repair them. So I wanted to point out that CPRD again declines to fully agree to this request. It is preserving the autonomy to do what's right for the public and with public resources, including our funds as they would go into things. However, if one were to look at the master plan that's currently adopted and all the iterations of the master plans that were proposed, preservation of those century farm buildings on there are part of every single alternative. That is part of trying to honor what was being requested by the foundation in that legacy. That was something that CPRD has strived to do, but doing so was in keeping with us in this decline of that particular restriction, saying that we have to do this for the public, with the public's resources and with taxpayer funds. And so we need to do it with the resources we have available and understand that that might not be an economical thing that we can commit to. Item 7B, so this is again that multi-part one from item number 7, regarding management and operations of the property. They requested that there be just one entrance into the park trails and other entrances be closed. So we declined this as well. We declined how the property would be managed. The former ownership cannot tell the district how many entrances to have. We have to be able to have our own autonomy for managing that park for the public. And so it was declined. Then in item 7D, also regarding management and operations of the property, they would like to see a small museum established at the farmhouse and outbuildings displaying historical items. And in this it said CPRD is not opposed to a small museum established at the farmhouse. As mentioned earlier, CPRD can acknowledge its best intentions to provide such a facility. However, whether or not one comes to fruition depends upon availability of tax revenue and the museum being economically viable. Again, sharing intent, but we can't commit to it. We can't be held to that because we don't know what the future holds for us. But again, going back to the master plan, all of the alternatives that were shared, that those were something that they still included a museum. And that's coming from this sort of correspondence, this sort of hearing what was requested going into this acquisition of the property by CPRD. But again, making sure it was clear that our commitment is to the public, not to prior ownership of the property. Once it becomes our property, it is essential that we make a commitment to the public and fulfill that mandate. So item number 8, finally, they request that the following people not be allowed on the property or to have any involvement or association with the property or the operation of the property. And it goes on to list individuals. And that was 6 individuals by name as well as an extended family for one of those individuals. And CPRD responded that it can't do that this has to be open to the public. So all these things were requested, and CPRD declined these at the hazard of not being able to acquire the property. or committed to these and acknowledged what they could do, but also what they couldn't do. So they were setting that where the commitment lies, and it lies with the public in all circumstances. So that was the importance of that specific correspondence. And nowhere in that correspondence did it, I don't believe, and I'm not looking at it right now, but discussion of equestrian uses and that being and versus bike uses or any of that balance was not in that, I don't believe. I could be wrong because I'm not looking at that and I don't have a photographic memory, but those sorts of prohibitions weren't in there. Give me one moment, I just want to make sure I don't have more on this correspondence. Yes, Jason?
So, like you just said, nowhere in there does it mention horses, but in the very last sentence that Don Clemens said up there, he said, "We promised this property would always be used for horses." In his last sentence, that's what he said. I just want to be clear that I did read everything that you have up there. It doesn't mention horses at all. But Don Clemens, who actually had a piece in the entire negotiations, he specifically stated, his last sentence was, the property would always have horses on it. And that was a promise that was made. I just want to be clear that that's the last sentence he said.
And because we have a number of equestrian users here, I would want to also point out that nowhere in any of the alternatives that were presented to the board or came out of the master planning process was there an alternative that was without equestrian uses. Every single one had equestrian uses as part of it, is my understanding. Is that correct, Casey? Okay.
So comment on that. So what people say and what's in writing, I'm a very much a writing person. If it's a legal document in writing, that's what I look at. People can have handshakes and so on and so forth, but when you're dealing with taxpayer money, I want to make sure that we have it in writing. So the use of the premises, as in the contract, is it okay if I read this, or do you want to do that yourself?
I would like you to wait till deliberation if
Got
possible,
it.
just because it's staff presentation. I don't want to give some
All
board
right,
members
but
time,
anyway,
not others.
that's how I respond to that comment. I like to see it in writing, and then it's
And my
solid.
comment back to that would be, Don, we did things a lot different years ago. It was a handshake, good old boy club. That's how things were done, and promises were made, and I'll just leave it at that. Promises were made.
Okay.
So moving on to this, the other thing that I put in the board letter was for the purposes of discussion this evening, I put a couple of hanging items before getting to the actual alternatives, which were reminding you that CPRD's mandate is to serve the public interest. Changes to park usage, regardless of what they are, regardless of where they are, they can be very challenging for the public. Those changes can have negative outcomes if they're not managed properly, resourced properly, timed properly, communicated properly. And then changes in park usage not only are challenging for the public, they're administratively burdensome and costly. If you have to touch something more than once, clearly, that's mobilizing staff, that's using resources, that's doing those sorts of things. So that's for a general awareness as the board considers different alternatives for any changes that might go on in the district. And I also put in the board letter that it's, and I'll just read this out, that it is the goal of staff to receive direction on what the board desires to achieve, i.e. policy direction. So you tell us what you want us to do. But for staff to retain the flexibility on how the board's policies and goals are achieved, i.e. implementation. So, but I will also put out there, for it to happen that way, there has to be a lot of trust in staff that we're going to do a good job, and that we should expect to be held accountable to that. So if in the past we have not done the best job managing this or other properties, we should be called to account. I should be calling the staff under me to account. I should be held to account. And so that would be my expectation. So going forward, I had listed these in the board letter as kind of a numbered list, but I believe, if I remember correctly, in the board letter it was listed as number 1 was a no change alternative. Number 2 was a pause, study, and deliberate alternative, and I'll expand on these on the next slides. Number 3 was an intermediate action, study, and deliberate. And number 4 was a reverse course alternative. So, the no action alternative or no change alternative, board takes no action this evening, doesn't plan on taking action in the future. Things remain as they are. So implementation is clearly easy, but we go forward with the master plan that we currently have adopted. The master plan that we currently have adopted has an implementation cost of approximately just under $4 million is the plan. That doesn't mean we're going to pay for it all from SDC, all from general fund, all from our own coffers. It's unknown how those things are financed, but that's generally what it contemplates. Like any master plan, it contemplates improvements. Going out of order, the reverse course was listed as number 4. Here it's just listed by name. And so this would end the board's prohibition on bicycles at Bob and Crystal Riley Park. In the board letter, it was explained that a reasonable effective date, and this is a minimum amount of time, not our perfect amount of time. This is the minimum amount of time staff need to do to minimize negative impacts on the public, is 120 to 180 days from the date of the decision. This alternative would require signage, updates, and other communication efforts to talk to the public and make sure they know what's happening, mitigate user conflicts. Additionally, it would be recommended that the board reopen the master planning process so that the board direction that we might get would eventually match a master plan alternative. Clearly, those would be out of sync if we get some direction to reverse course. Next two alternatives are kind of between those two that were on the prior slide. So my goal was to understand that a no change, a policy where you do nothing, another one where you kind of roll back a prior decision, those are the two far ends of the spectrum. In between, the board could choose to take the pause, study, and deliberate, which is where the board takes no immediate action, but comes up with some way to deliberate about what the future may look like that could be or may not be a future change. So it's a pause and deliberative process. So that could include any number of ways of communicating that. That could be through the master planning process, that could be through a CAC, that could be directing staff to do something specific like this mountain biking proposal or some other version of that. And then there's the last option, which was, I believe in the board letter number 3, was interim action, study, and deliberate. And so that one takes, the board does an immediate action, make air quotes, immediate action, to do something that's going to be temporary in nature or is understood to be interim, and then gives space to think about it in a more long-term way. And so that might be that there's short-term changes that are done as soon as possible, that 120 to 180 day period, but then there's other things that happen in addition to that that may affect the long-term usage in such an area. So those are the 4 alternatives that, for discussion purposes, were laid out to your board. I wanted to also share some of the outreach results that we've had. Again, none of the outreach results they've done, we didn't hire a firm, we didn't do statistically valid surveys or have specialists come in and do this. We did this in-house, but these are the best available information, some of the best available information we have, other than talking to people throughout the district, which everyone does. But some of those I wanted to point out on the left side of this slide from our community input results survey, our community input survey results. So we had 829 responses from a survey that was open just over 40 days, from September to October. And the highest, when we asked, what is the one most important activity to you? What is that one thing that's most important to your household? Because some people, their activity is not the most important one in the household. Their child's might be, their partner's might be, that might be the thing. So hiking was the highest, followed by bicycling, followed by horseback riding and equestrian uses. I would say that to some extent that hiking and walking is a bit of an undercount in my opinion, because you see other splits with other things as you kind of lump and split items. You can see down at number 8, dog walking and exercise, number 9, walking. Those probably have some overlap with hiking depending on who you're talking to and how they characterize those things. And we know that at Bob and Crystal Riley Park, the biggest user base will probably always be hiking. Whether they're up there with their dog or their family, just some alone time, all of those things will probably continue being the biggest user group. However, there were a number of qualitative items that were questions that were in the survey as well. And the observations that are in the executive summary that was shared with the board when this was initially published at the end of this last year were that high levels of frustration by the mountain biking community regarding loss of trail access and failure to replace this recreational option with the district in a timely manner. So they were still frustrated by us that we hadn't found something as an alternative. Maybe not a big surprise. And that high satisfaction with trail access by equestrian users often paired with appreciation for perceived reductions in conflict with other users and overall safety improvements. So unpacking all the words, the equestrians are pretty happy with the conditions because they feel safer. That's something that we felt we heard through those responses. So we also had an open house that was hosted in this building and the one across the street. We also did a virtual one. So these are some of the things that we shared in the open house feedback that's actually in a later section of your board letter or your agenda tonight. which is just receiving the executive summary from what we heard from the open houses. But specific to the places for bikes breakout that we did in both the virtual and in person, there were some items on family outings and mountain biking and road biking were all most popular activities for user group demand. But there were other things that were of interest too, gravel biking, BMX, and those sorts of things. And we know that we've got a really strong BMX community, but that's a fairly specialized activity, even more so than mountain biking. Demand by experience type. So we had high popularity for family outings, mountain biking, and road biking, which were our most popular. Popular amenities for bike trails. We did a visual preference survey where we show pictures of things and say, what do you want the most if you've only got 3 votes? And so we saw trail etiquette signage, standard trail markers, and trailhead information kiosks. Nothing super surprising. Standard good communication for trails. Route preferences, we saw very high support for trails connecting Newburgh and Dundee. We saw a high level of interest shown for routes that connect riders to schools, park to park, and in-town riding experiences. We saw that when we asked folks about fulfilling demand at other parks and properties, where do they think there's a potential with existing property, they didn't really feel like there was a whole lot of readily available property that we had when we talked to folks at the open house. Now, not every user knows every property we have, so that should be known that there's a limitation there. It was observed by staff very clearly that there was still biking equestrian user tension, specifically around Bob and Crystal Riley Park. In general, equestrians said, sure, we'd love to see them have mountain biking trails somewhere else. So, and then we also saw e-bike concerns, and that's something that we've heard from both equestrian user groups and from mountain bike trail users, that e-bike concerns are something that's concerning because they come in lots of shapes, sizes, and speeds that can be really challenging. So, all right, and last, I just want to remember, with that correspondence specifically, I mentioned again and again the mission or our need to serve the public. And so one of my biggest concerns in this entire conversation is, to what extent can prior ownership tell the district what to do with the property they now own? And I would argue that they can do it to the extent that the board is willing to contemplate it and hear that from a policy standpoint, but it is not necessarily an obligation. And when I see some of the things in the correspondence that we've seen in research, there's a lot of public comments that have talked about donor intent. To me, that is a gray area. The donor, from the family to the foundation, that donor passed away in 2006. Before CPRD acquired the property from 2006 to 2014, things changed a lot on that property. And so what are we supposed to honor? The bylaws changed, the mission changed, it's a moving target. We've had a lot of conversations with people. But for CPRD, regardless of those changes, the commitment needs to be to the public. And so, from a staff perspective, what the board chooses to do is a policy decision. And how that prior ownership influences the board's decision-making process about use at the park, it's at the board's discretion to figure out how that works, how that weighs, and what it means. But for staff, the commitments to the public, we're going to do what the board tells us to do because it's a policy decision. But as myself and others on our staff team have looked into this, the commitment needs to remain to the public, and that's who we're here for. And so when I write this board letter, it's on behalf of the district's public mandate and protecting the district's autonomy to do what's important to the public or for the public. And so with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have.
I read it through pretty thoroughly. I think I'm clear on what you're talking about here.
Okay?
Thank you, Clay.
Thank you for the report. Okay, thank you very much. And then, I guess over to the chair for...
Jason had a question.
No, I
Oh,
said
okay.
thank you, Clay.
Okay, all right.
So over to the chair for public comments. I will note that, Chair, I did pull a couple of, I gave you the stack of public comment forms in the order they occurred, except I pulled a few and put them on top based on our prior conversation. One was Don Clements. Another was Mary Starrett. She told me that she can speak for herself, but she may not be speaking in her commissioner capacity, but I thought she was when I pulled it. But everything else is just in the order that I received them. So,
Okay.
no
I will
particular
say,
order.
with another exception, just so the public knows, we've had a couple request, or one request of a child who needs to get home and go to bed, so we did move that up to the top.
So I appreciate all the passion and I appreciate all the people being here. But with 60 people here, that's a lot of folks speaking. So we're going to, Clay and I talked earlier, and when we get to 40, I said, we'll go 3 minutes up to 40, but now we're at 60. So we're going to go back down to 2 minutes. And so you're going to just have to go through it quick. It would help if people are saying the same thing over and over and over again, and we see that rocking, then maybe you won't want to speak. But I appreciate everybody that does want to speak, and I don't want to keep anybody from doing that. Prior to the general public speaking, we have one of the reasons we're here is because at our last board meeting, the folks that represent the biking community asked us, the board, to look at letting them back onto Crystal Riley Park. We've had 2 years to look at other properties, and some folks on the board said, we're going to find you something. It hasn't happened. And so they came back and said, we'd like to have something so our kids don't become adults and they have kids and it still doesn't happen for us. So, but it was important. The Crystal Riley Equestrian group came up and they said, can we make a presentation? And I said, yeah, the bike folks did. And I think it's only fair that you folks do. So with that said, I'm not sure who is representing them. And I've got it here, okay. Then Lauren Pfeiffer, are you speaking tonight for them?
Yes.
Okay, and so because the bike group spoke about 10 minutes, we're going to give her about 10 minutes to talk, and we appreciate you coming. Thank you so much. But if you could give me name, address, and if you live in the district, that would be great.
Well, I'm speaking on behalf of the organization, Jim, so 2 of the 3 directors are in district.
Okay.
1 is not. Thank you for the time tonight. And also thank you to everybody for being here. And thank you for everybody that submitted written comments. If you haven't looked at them, they're very interesting. And to Clay's point, my count, it was 70, 80%, 75 to 80%, no change. So today, I'd like to focus on 2 items in support of keeping the park with the current users, hikers and horses. First item is dispelling some of the myths or untrue statements that have been circulating around about this issue, not from a legal perspective. I think Clay went through that, and Dana and the original members of the foundation are here to talk about that as well. But the second item is my experiences with board governance and the impact of a potential flip-flop vote. So myth number 1, equestrians are trying to turn the park into a horse-only exclusive facility and limit public access. Brandon even had this in a campaign video. No, Crystal Riley has always been a public park. It remains fully accessible to the public, always has, whole park. Everyone has access and has always had access to the full park. The relevant question really is not who the park is for, but whether every activity is appropriate for every facility. Public agencies routinely designate facilities based on safety and compatibility of uses. Accommodating the request by the bikers for access to Riley could set a precedent that the board will have difficulty managing going forward when approached by other special interest groups, BMX and the sand traps at the golf course, as an example. Not every activity fits every site or facility. That is sound public management. Myth number 2, equestrians are an affluent group of adults and the bikers are all supervised groups of kids. No, the equestrian community spans a wide range of economic backgrounds and age ranges, and you'll hear from a couple tonight. While horse ownership does carry cost, many individuals and families participate through shared care leases, stall cleaning exchanges, and needs-based scholarships for our high school equestrian teams, we call OSET, of which there are 82 athletes in our surrounding communities. These scholarships are funded by small community businesses and generous individuals. This ecosystem builds intergenerational community, responsibility, resilience, and local economic interdependence. Importantly, it reflects the original spirit of the park's donation. Conversely, although repeatedly highlighted, the mountain bike users at Crystal Riley were not exclusively supervised youth programs or kids on training wheels out with their families. The user base most definitely includes many adults riding at speeds with earbuds. As we've stated, given the terrain and the lack of structured oversight, the park would predictably become a destination mountain bike site. And I understand. In fact, this is one of the reasons why they want this park, because of the lack of enforcement and ability to do whatever they wished at the park, including structural changes, very different from a state or metro park. This scenario would very quickly displace most, if not all, horses and most hikers. Myth number 3, the park has been taken away from the bicyclists. No, bicycle access was never formally granted through a full board approval process or any standard user group evaluation. As we've shown, it originated informally and expanded without structured oversight. The September 2023 vote restored the park to its historic use and the original intent of the donation. This was not punitive. It corrected an irregular process and realigned the park with its foundational purpose. Conversely, if your decision tonight results in horses being prohibited on the east side, which is I know something that's been discussed, that is indeed punitive and an insurmountable takeaway from the equestrians. Myth number 4, education and signage will resolve safety conflicts. No. Education is beneficial, but insufficient when dealing with significant speed differentials, prey animal behavioral responses, and unsupervised public access and varied user capabilities. It is not realistic to ensure that all users receive training. It is not realistic to assume that all visitors will comply with posted rules or trail etiquette reminders, and I think we all see that every day. One high-speed collision involving a horse, cyclist, or hiker could present serious injury and liability exposure. Why introduce avoidable structural risk into a facility that can otherwise operate safely under compatible uses? Number 5, the bike groups are stewards of the trails for all user groups. Note, mountain bike trail design prioritizes features such as single tracks, jumps, obstacles, and steep descents. These elements are incompatible with hiker and equestrian safety. In addition, it is my understanding that mountain bikes favor natural surfaces, which rut and degrade under wet conditions. The park's new all-weather footing, universally well received by the current park users, was solely funded by the equestrian community to ensure year-round accessibility for horses and hikers. Reverting to natural surface undermines that investment and takes us backwards. State parks have infrastructure, staffing, and enforcement capacity to manage such mixed-use trails. And even in those cases, eventually all the horses and many hikers are driven out of the park. You'll hear today how horses don't go to mixed-use trails anymore. In fact, isn't it true that bikes were recently disallowed from Ewing Young, a CPRD park, because there were safety concerns and conflicts with the user groups? This happened at a park that is smaller and more accessible. Why would this be any different at Riley with even less supervision? Crystal Riley is not appropriate for mixed-use trails. Myth number 6, when the park was split, the horses still had access to most of the acreage, and splitting the park is fair and addresses the safety issues. No, the east and west sides are not interchangeable for equestrian use due to materially different topography and footing. Prohibiting horses from the east side would represent a substantial loss of functional access for equestrians and would fundamentally alter how the park can be used by this user group. Many riders do not and will not ride on the west side. In addition, the east side now contains the all-weather surface that for the first time ever keeps the park open to horses during the winter months. While the west side does indeed have greater acreage, substantial portions are the farmed fields, and many miles of the trails run adjacent to Parrot Mountain Road, introducing traffic exposure concerns. Again, many riders will not ride on the west side. As a reminder, a previous split was attempted and failed operationally. We must not forget that. Repeating an ineffective model will not produce a different outcome. Lastly, horses were always intended to have full use of the park. It's a farm, an Oregon Century farm. Myth number 7, equestrians are advocates for mixed-use trails. No. No active equestrian user group or active individual rider supports mixed-use implementation at Crystal Riley Park. Assertions to the contrary are untrue and spoken by people that don't ride or haven't ridden at Riley Park. This is the only dedicated facility we have to ride. Horses and hikers have shown they are very compatible and one could say even harmonious. The mountain bikes have many other places. That matters substantially, historically, and ethically. Now a little bit about board governance. I've served on many public benefit boards, large and small. Through that service, I've had formal board training and the benefit of very strong mentors. One principle has been consistent across every effective organization that I've been a part of, and that as a board member, you have a very specific role. I'd like to begin by clarifying what I believe that role is not. It is not to react to parking lot conversations, social media campaigns, or the loudest and most persistent voices in the room. It is not to align with the political momentum of the moment. Your job as a board member is instead to ensure this public entity remains solvent, stable, and capable of delivering high-quality service to all district residents. Not this year. One could argue that's Clay's job, and he's doing a great job, but for generations. The long-term lens is what allows a board to function respectfully and effectively. It prevents short-term flip-flop decisions, reduces politics, and keeps the board from becoming paralyzed when the hard decision is required. When you commit to the long game, you can make the right decision for the long game without it being clouded by today's rhetoric. Tonight's vote feels like exactly that kind of moment. A decision that feels perhaps the easy path in the short term may be very different from the decision you would make when you are accountable for the long-term viability and accessibility of this district and its facilities and how donated land is managed. You've heard why the mountain bike community wants access to Riley Park. You've also heard why many hikers and the equestrian community strongly believe the park should remain limited to the current permitted user groups. I'm not going to go through that again. I think you'll hear enough tonight about that. But what I am asking you to consider is this: is a short-term accommodation worth the long-term cost? In this case, the costs are not abstract and are not just financial. They include duplicative investment, increased risk, loss of community goodwill, and reduced accessibility for the larger groups who currently use the park, versus a very different vision that may be closer than you think: a new dedicated mountain bike park and trails in this district. All the passion and energy in this room can be redirected towards creating a signature bike park, purpose-built for their use, safer by design, and not at the expense of existing commitments at Riley Park. Maybe these trails can even be closer to the heart of the district where residents can ride from their homes, and other visitors could stop at restaurants and shops on their way out of town, providing economic benefit to Newburgh. This instead of burdening the district with irresponsible, ongoing, annual, unnecessary operating costs. Operating costs are a big part of this decision, but haven't even been quantified or discussed. And I'm an accountant, so that's what I look at. These costs could be hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. I've sat in many of these board meetings these past few years and seen the board make difficult decisions related to operating costs, much less than what we're talking about here, such as the Bonnie Benedict Preschool and Crabtree Park. You must act responsibly and spend these limited taxpayer funds on permanent infrastructure to meet this need instead. Meanwhile, at Riley Park, the focus can return to long-delayed progress on the master plan and continued partnership with the groups who have invested time, money, and care into the park's current success, along with honoring donor intent and expanding access in the ways we've repeatedly heard were part of Crystal's wishes. So I'll end where I began. Please play the long game. Move forward, not backwards. Don't make a mistake tonight by voting through a short-term lens. Make the decision that preserves stability, honors commitments, and best serves this community over time. Please keep Crystal Riley Park to hikers and horses. It is flourishing like it never has before. I think everyone would be able to say that. And we're just getting started.
Thank you.
Please give the bikes a different park.
Thank you. We have Ryan Rinhofer up next, please. And on board we have Mary Starrett. So Ryan is next.
John's going to go for
We were gonna
trail
have-
committee.
Trail committee report out. Is that right?
I thought that's what we just did.
No.
There's another 10-minute section?
Citizens Advisory Trail Committee.
It's just the advisory committee.
Okay. 2 minutes.
So normally the.
Could you introduce yourself though,
okay.
please?
My name's John Reuter. I live on Red Hills Road. I'm in the district, and I'm also a member of the Chehalem Heritage Trails Advisory Committee. And normally in a meeting, we would just report out from what our committee talked about. So first, when we assembled, we hadn't met for 2 months, but we met on February 10th. And as we assembled, we all appreciated this great sign that had been constructed through the work of the staff and the the Trails Advisory Committee. Then we learned that the board would be considering a change at Riley Park, so we amended the agenda to get public input from 3 people on that topic. The discussion focused on our concerns that should be passed on to you as the board. And I just wanted to summarize, there were like 5 different areas. One was timing. We wanted to know why the board was considering opening the park to bikes at this time. The basis for the change, has there been any new information to make this change back to the, from the previous decision to close the park to bikes? You know, what is that new information? We discussed safety, hikers, horses, and bikers on the same trail raises safety issues. Again, we didn't reach any specific answers to these questions. These were concerns that we wanted to be addressed. And just for those of you in the room, we had this discussion before we were placed to report to the board here, which was essentially this. We wanted to know what new information might be needed to help the board make this decision and continue on policy. And then finally, we wanted to find out more about the bike users because we've known we need more bike paths for a long time. And so, what were the actual breakdown of the bike users? So, just given that out, that discussion, we had these outstanding concerns that we wanted to pass on. That the board should gather further public input, such as focus groups on the different users, and pause the decision to evaluate all options considered safety, to consider safety, district costs, donor intent, and other properties that might be available.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ryan Runhofer? I know, it's right here.
I'm just the messenger.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Reinhofer. I have a home on Parrot Mountain, and I am in district. And hopefully I'll keep in with my 3 minutes. Compared with many of the speakers tonight who bring 30, 40, even 50 years of direct knowledge about who Crystal was and what she wanted, my 11 years of involvement is just a blip. I began advocating for these trails because of my own experiences riding them. When mountain bike activity first expanded after the former superintendent, Dawn, who is here this evening and spoke, granted permission via phone call. I continued to ride and tried to share the space with bikers for several years. Unfortunately, riders began silently bombing fast lanes across both the east and west side despite the rules that were posted, and enforcement was impossible. That combination, high speeds on steep terrain with switchbacks and blind corners plus no enforcement, created repeated near misses. After almost being hit by a child on a blind corner with one of my large horses, I could no longer stay quiet. Safety, not politics, has compelled me to speak up. Not dissimilar to your own story, Brandon. As I recall, you only began attending meetings this last year due to the concerns you had about the proposed housing development behind your home. Your testimony highlighted how those changes would bring safety concerns and negatively impact the neighborhood's ability to enjoy and use Friends Park. This is also about protection and safety. This park remains the only nearby venue dedicated to hikers and equestrians. And those user groups has flourished as a result. Since the Crystal Riley Park Equestrians nonprofit invested in the all-weather footing, equipment, and volunteer labor, the park has been able to stay open for the first time in its history year-round. The staff can attest to the dramatic influx of hikers, dog walkers, families, and equestrians enjoying the trails as intended, as the public should. For a fiscally responsible district, donated materials, machinery, and volunteer labor should be
Ryan, I'm
welcome.
sorry. Thank you so much.
And this is just the beginning.
Please yield your time.
They said everybody was getting 2 minutes.
Everyone gets 2 minutes. Please respect it. It's 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was under
No.
the impression it was 3.
No, we're already at
Well,
Once we got 40
I guess
in,
I'll
you
just say in
said we
closing,
should go
you could
back to
argue what was and wasn't in writing,
Yeah,
whether
once
it's
we got 40.
bikers or horses, but you can't argue that it's a farm and it's a Century Farm. And I don't know how Century Farms and mountain biking can go together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Sterrett, and on board is,
Next up after Mary is going to be Mimi.
I wanted to respectfully ask that the foundation board is here for the Crystal Riley Foundation, and we would like the same respect that Dawn and Clemens received, so that we felt that we could get 3 minutes each. Now that same respect as the after Mary and after Mimi, but we
There's-
don't have the same privilege as. I'll give them my 2 minutes of that.
let me think about it. Mary, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Hi, my name is Mary Sterrett. I'm here as a neighbor, not in my professional capacity as a county commissioner. I just want to say that I live on Smith Road, as in Crystal Dawn Smith Riley. And when I moved up there 32 years ago, I had a woman drive up my driveway and begin to tell me all about my property. Come to find out, it was Crystal. Crystal became a regular, and I was fascinated by her stories and about her respect for the land. She told me all about what was going on my property and when Mr. Smith was part of that land settlement. One of the things she talked about was the Chinese immigrant who were hop farmers who lived at the top of the road, and the culturally modified trees that the Native Americans would use to come down our road to go to the river. One of the things she talked about was how much she loved that land. And the other thing that I remember about Crystal was that every year she'd have a birthday party for herself at the farm, which was just her house. And it didn't look like it does now. It was a house that everybody felt comfortable going to. Every year she'd get up on a stage and she would tell jokes. And we'd all feel really comfortable about poking around in the shed and in the barn, looking at all the old farm equipment. It was something that was very special to her, and it was special to all of us. One of the things I heard this evening is that we can, because this was never put in writing. And I think that government gets a really bad name because just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I think when intent becomes secondary to what we can do, it does again give government a black eye. So I would just like to encourage the intent of the property for $260,000 and what this property was worth if it was going to be purchased. $260,000, which was to pay off the debt of the foundation, is really simply just a pittance. The other thing I want to mention is that there is somebody here who's listed on here who was not allowed on the property. That was a relative of hers who would come around to our homes and lobby all of us, just to also mention, as an aside, that she spent time in the Yamhill County Jail.
Thank
So
you,
I'm
Mary.
going to ask you tonight to remember that this woman didn't send anything through a foundation. This was where her parents homesteaded, where she lived, and all she wanted was living history to be respected. So thank you all for your consideration and for listening.
And Dana, I reflected on what you said, and you can go ahead, and Crystal can stand up, and
We're going to stand together, but all three of us have something to say, so we're going to start with Mary.
and you folks are all part of,
We are the foundation that gave you the Crystal Dawn Smith Riley Foundation.
thank you.
So just confirm that, just like Dawn, that it's confirmed.
Yeah, so just to confirm, just like we gave the two past park supervisor and the board member, is 6 minutes total. Okay,
Gave them 3 minutes each.
so that's 3, 6,
No, 9.
9.
We're not going to take 9, but.
Got it, bye. Good,
I only have a couple of minutes.
you betcha.
I see a lot of faces that I know here, a lot of people that I don't know. But my name is Mary Dugan. I'm 92 years old. I have lived on the fountain, on the Parrot Mountain for 57 years. We were neighbors of Bob and Crystal Riley. We share a property line, and now we share a property line with the park. When we'd been there 2 days, Bob invited us down for Thanksgiving dinner, and we sat in their kitchen and had a wonderful time getting to know the Rileys. Crystal, as everybody knows, had a dream that she really, really pushed, and she did everything possible to consolidate her land and to rebuy all the land that had once been homesteaded by her family. So it's very, very important to the mountain, and it was very, very important to us. I was lucky enough to, later on, after she passed away, be a member of the board, and we were the ones that gave you that property. We say donated because you paid $280,000 for a property that was worth $6 million. And the reason we know that is that when Crystal died, we paid a tax, an inheritance tax, on $6 million. So it's a very, very good figure. My primary reason here today is to say that I do not think biking and horseback riding go together. They're both wonderful, wonderful sports, but they're not compatible. I say that because every person that I've talked to that rides has had some kind of a situation where they run into a biker. It's not that bikers aren't wonderful, they are. It's just that the things don't go together. And there are certain parks here in Newburgh that don't allow horses, as an example. So it's not unusual to have parks delineated for particular areas that are best for them. So that's my very, very quick minute and a half.
Thank you.
My name is Christy Carnes. I reside in Brownsville and Spalding Avenue. I used to reside in Washington County on Parrot Mountain. I'm the daughter of Jerry and Sandy Bitts, who were longtime families up on Parrot Mountain. I grew up on Heater Road. I became Bob and Crystal's neighbors in 1969. I was honored to be asked by Crystal Riley herself to join the board in 2003 when it began. Yes, there were a lot of changes, like this gentleman Clay said, but it is also figuring out Crystal's vision. But by the time we did hand it over, or gifted it, or donated it, or sold it, whatever terminology you want to use, doesn't make a difference to me. I know in my heart what it was. I had firsthand experience working with Crystal. And as Mary said, Crystal had her strong personality. It was a clear understanding of what Crystal's vision was, that she spent her whole life bringing that land back together and had a vision for all the people in this room, not just bikers, all the people in this room, all the people up on Parrot Mountain. So keep that in mind when you're making your decisions. Crystal had this vision because she wanted to keep her family, the Smiths, the Parrots, and the Rileys, honored by what she did. Crystal did pass away, like this gentleman said, December 6th of 2006, and I continued to visit her. And within 24 hours of the final part of her life, I stopped by, put an angel next to her bed so that she'd have some comfort as she passed on. A day later, her family did give me a call, letting me know that she passed away. And then they figured out the angel had came from me because she was an angel to all of us by giving us this great gift. And I think we have the respect to honor her in return. We did carry forward Crystal's vision with the foundation, and the board members remained committed to her mission and her work. I was then elected to serve as the president after Crystal's passing. And the reason why I was selected as the president is because of the long relationship my family had with Bob and Crystal Riley. All board members had always adhered to the Crystal Dawn Smith Riley bylaws, which were established to ensure that Crystal's vision and everything was preserved to fulfill her mission. The board members agreed that to gift the Crystal Dawn Smith Riley Foundation the value of what's been mentioned before, $6 million, to CPRD for the purchase price of $280,000, and that was based off of legal fees and paying back the community business people like what Crystal would have done. So we kept our end up. One moment, sir. And now I know why I was the last board member that held out on giving this to CPRD, is because we wanted someone to keep the promise of what we asked
and you didn't. And so shame on everyone if you make a decision to turn this back, because at least we came here to follow her vision.
Well, thank
And I would
you.
like you to too.
Hey, we got 60 people to put on, so Dana, if you could help us out with this, great.
Probably the longest one, but good evening. My name is Dana Kemp. I live at Parrot Mountain Road in Newburgh. I became Crystal's neighbor in 1970 and was privileged to serve as a secretary-treasurer of the Crystal Dawn Smith Riley Foundation. As one of the 3 board members, I participated in giving the property to CPRD that was valued at over $6 million. Recently, there's been misinformation from the opposing side concerning Crystal's intention, the foundation's role, property transfer, and purpose behind this donation. We feel it's necessary to clarify these matters, as we are the only 3 people that were a part of that transaction. Crystal's vision, of course, as you know, was to establish a living history farm, which is the Parrot Mountain Farm and the Parrot Mountain Equestrian Park. In late 2013, after a long battle, the foundation prevailed in an embezzlement case against the executive director, Elizabeth Rode, who was Crystal's step-granddaughter. We had 2 liens against the property, and that was one for the bank at First Federal in Newburgh, and the other one was for John Bridges, who was also the Park and Rec's attorney. So we lost our attorney when we started negotiations with the park. From the list of interested organizations, CPRD was chosen for the local, aligned with our values, low board and staff turnover, and willing to advance Crystal's vision. Don Clemens and the board assured us that history and the original intent would be honored and pledged that property would continue as it always had. While not all details were specified in the agreement, the intent and assurance been conveyed in numerous meetings with Don Clemens, the board, and Jim McMasters. Foundation records include statements, quote, from Don, "It's difficult to get everything in the agreement, but you have my word, we'll do the right thing," end of quote. As many as you know, Don was a man of his word. A lot of deals over the years were done by a handshake. The board had a reputation of the good old boys, implying they were true to their word. Why would we have thought any different? Jim, you have direct knowledge of the foundation's intentions because you worked closely with us during the transition, and you relied on us for property knowledge and trail maintenance years thereafter. Supporting bikes at Riley Park will diminish the community confidence and trust, affecting future donations of land to CPRD, which is so important as the district grows and needs additional parks and trails. So Jim, in closing, this is really to you. As we look back over the last 12 years since CPRD acquired the property, we've gone through multiple times of asking you to take care of the property and the homes, begging for security to stop the nightly drug dealing and partying in the parking lot that have led to multiple car accidents, to preserve the original 1860 Parrot house. Instead, you allowed the kids to destroy it and eventually it had to be torn down. These are issues highlighted by CPRD's lack of care for the land promised to the donation, and now the discussion of bikes contradicts our intended purpose and agreement. And we also feel like you took advantage of us. So had we known of all the knowledge that we have today, we, the board, would never, ever given you the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Mimi. And Tyson Butler is on board, please, so be ready to speak after Mimi. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Franklin. This is my daughter, Muriel Patraci.
And you live?
I'm getting there.
Oh, thank you.
We are not in district. We are residents of Wilsonville. However, my family has been a part of the Parrot Mountain culture for over 50 years. I will hand it over to my daughter.
Hello, my name is Mimi and I'm 11 years old. Thank you for being here today. I want to share why the trails at Bob and Crystal Riley Park are so important to me and other kids in our community. These trails aren't just any regular trails. They're a place where young riders like me can learn new skills, build confidence, and practice horsemanship in a safe environment. If equestrians lose Bob and Crystal Riley Park, kids in future generations won't have a place in their own community to grow as riders or work through their fears. When I first rode on these trails, I started out excited, but towards the end, I got really scared and didn't want to finish the ride. But after a year of riding there and visiting the trails many times, I went from being scared to galloping up steep hills in a western saddle for the very first time. Volunteering on the trails has also been a big part of my experience. I helped spread footing on the trails, got to ride in a Kubota, and meet new people who love horses just like I do. It made me feel very proud to help my community. Having both bikers and equestrians on the same trails can be very dangerous, not just for the riders but for the bikers and horses too. I hope my statement helps you understand why this park should remain exactly as it was intended, a safe place for hikers and equestrians and kids who want to be involved with their community. Thank you, and please do the right thing.
Thank you. Tyson Butler. Is Tyson Butler up?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Did I hear we had 60 people? I'll make it brief. Wow. Tyson Butler, East Joey Court, Newburgh, Oregon, live-in district. So this is a beautiful group of people. I love this, to see this, all of you, truly. Quickly, I'll speak now. But as for my interest in the topic, I'm neither a horse rider or a mountain bike rider, although I've enjoyed both very much. But my family of 5, including 3 young kids, 4, 4, and 6, you can figure that one out. They reside within the district, and we visit Riley and walk and hike mostly. But I'm not a subject matter expert in any of this. I'm not a historian. I'm just a guy that lives in Newburgh. So, I'm happy to give, weight to subject matter experts, historians, and the like. CPRD has networked with them and can contract with a lot of expertise and everything. But I humbly offer a way to think about this, or how we should talk about the issue. Like, I come from a faith tradition that, in its highest form, says to love your neighbor. So I want that, to kind of permeate how we talk about it, how we think about it. And I am sure that a lot of us, hold the same values or adjacent to that. So I'm really speaking to you, not anyone else, really. But I don't like zero-sum outcomes. I don't think it fits with a loving your neighbor ethic. A winner-take-all scenario does our community no favors. So if we think of a portfolio of assets within CPRD, we can make judgment calls about where uses can be and whatnot. But just as a basis, I don't like the zero-sum outcome. I think we can do better than that as a local body. I think it's counterproductive to building healthy public discourse. This is what I love tonight. This is a great room. This is fantastic. But locally, we get to decide ourselves how we show up. We do not have to go the way of division and discord. I'm really exhausted by that.
Tyson?
Yes.
I hate to cut you off, but
Okay, sure.
I need to. Thank you so much.
Indeed.
Norwood Paladin? Okay, thank you. Next we have Brian Bowman, and on board would be Jack Kriz. So Brian Bowman, please. And if we do the on board, if you could just stand right near them so we could just move on. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Board, since you've heard from me quite a bit, I'll keep it quick. Just a couple observations from tonight. I guess I heard talk of the opposition.
Name and address, Brian.
Sorry. Brian, Melody Lane here in Newburgh in District. I'm assuming that meant bikes. It's kind of odd. I don't see equestrians as opposition at all. Like, certainly other trail users, another group, similar to Tyson's sentiment. I think that there's opportunities for everybody to get along. I've been involved with CPRD in Riley Park for nearly 11 years. And in the vast majority of that time, there's definitely been a sentiment of sharing amongst cyclists, hikers, dog walkers, and even quite a few equestrians. Seem comfortable with the idea. I understand the safety concerns. That's definitely merited. But I think we have management tools for that. The committee I was on, the Bob and Crystal Riley Park Advisory Committee, our recommendation was shared trails. The master plan in its original form before the ban had multiple proposals of shared trails, excluding a user group that CPRD's own data acknowledges is significant. And we can see tonight from, I think, both the presence of some and the opposition, seems like poor governance. It's a property that's fit for purpose, and in CPRD's portfolio, I think a valuable asset to so many different user groups, it needs to serve that, right? We're not, it's a property that can serve many, right? It's not a golf course, it's not a pool. There's a lot of opportunities up there. I'm really just hopeful that we can all take our energy and start making Riley Park a lot better facility for all sorts of users
Thank you.
rather than fight in the room. Thanks.
Okay, Jack Kriz, and then on board will be Kristen Lanson. And if there's going to be time called, I'll be the one to do it, please. Thank you.
Hi, Jack Kriz, 9175 Northeast Newman Lane. I'm in the district. Been a lot of good conversation going on tonight, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the staff report that clarified ownership and conditions of use. I want to say that past need not be prelude. What may have happened before does not need to happen again. There are many measures to take to mitigate multiple uses on a property. I provided in my written testimony several resources for that. There are many. You can Google it. So they need not be separated on a park, but maybe within a park. I'd like to say that the claim that the Riley Park is ideal for equestrians may be true. I'm not a horse rider, although I did when I was young. Cyclists, though, can make the same claim, particularly mountain bikers. The terrain is perfect for that kind of use. Unlike equestrians, cyclists have no CPRD or local resource for mountain biking. What is sauce for the goose should be sauce for the gander. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Linson with Lily Monplaisir on board.
Hi, I'm Kristen Linson, 4325 Northeast Scaling, Portland, Oregon, so I'm not in the district.
Thank you.
Can you get close to the microphone, please? Thank you so much.
So I just first really wanted to commend, and I apologize if I get the names wrong, but Lauren and Rylan and Mimi and the foundation people. I also really wanted to commend you for talking about how business was done beforehand on a handshake. And I hear a lot about trust and safety. Some of the people who know me in this room may not know this about me. Since early 90s, I was very dedicated as a cyclist, as a bike commuter for over 25 years, and I spent a lot of my effort on working with Portland groups in particular on bike infrastructure and increasing trails across Portland or Portland Metro. It wasn't until about 7 years ago that I started experiencing the world as an adult trail rider on my large pony. And for the first time, I'm in my 70s, I started experiencing this beautiful metropolitan area, this beautiful state in a whole different way, with quiet, with peacefulness, being in nature and the wildlife. I'm the one in my riding group, sometimes when my riding friends get upset with cyclists coming up behind them or coming in front of them, I was always one of the ones to say, let's share the road, let's share the trail. But in the 7 years I've been here, this is what I've seen happen. I think mountain bikers, I think cyclists are good people because that's who I am. But I also know horses. And I also know the danger of when an inanimate vehicle combines with an animal that's a prey animal. And with all the good intention, I've seen some of my dear friends almost thrown and critically hurt and the horse hurt.
Kristen, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, next we have Lily, and then Peggy Bauer is on board, please.
Hi, I'm Lily. I live on Hawk Road, and I'm out of district. I'm here reigning as your United States of America's teen organ, and I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. We are here because Crystal Riley generously donated this land for our community's use. This gift allows us to create a space where children, families, seniors, walkers, equestrians, and cyclists can all feel welcome. I am passionate about being a voice for children and teens in my community and would like to take this moment to advocate for safe biking infrastructure. Research consistently shows that youth who participate in regular physical activity are less likely to engage in risky behaviors. Communities with safe and accessible recreational spaces see lower rates of juvenile crime. When kids have safe places to ride, they are outdoors building confidence, improving their mental health, and connecting with peers instead of sitting around looking at their phones, playing video games, or getting into trouble. Right now, many families are concerned about traffic safety. Not every neighborhood has sidewalks, and not every road feels safe for a child on a bike. Including bike paths in Crystal Riley Park would provide a designated safe space for children to be active and spend time with family and friends. Some of my best memories are biking with my family. Parks across Oregon successfully accommodate hikers, equestrians, and cyclists through thoughtful design, with clear signage, separate paths with appropriate and shared use guidelines. Inclusion is possible and should be the goal for a thriving community. Crystal Riley's generous gift allows us to embrace the division of our community today, including the many families who rely on bicycles for recreation, transportation, and healthy living. Members of the board, I respectfully ask you to include bike paths in Crystal Riley Park plan so that all members of our community, especially our youth, have a safe and beautiful place to ride. Thank you for your time and commitment to serving our community.
Thank you. So we have Peggy coming up, and Jim Talt will be next on board. Thank you.
Hi, Peggy Bauer, 30715 Southwest Peach Cove Road in West Lynn. I'm not in district. I'm concerned sincerely about the consideration of allowing bicycles on the trails of Crystal Riley Park. The land was specifically gifted to horse people for the use and enjoyment of the horse community. It is a popular destination for both equestrians and walkers alike to relax and enjoy the special, quiet place. This park is a rare gem for us trail riders. Sharing the trails with bikers makes no sense and will absolutely cause serious accidents with the potential for severe injuries or worse. We ride horses of all training levels there. Our children and grandchildren, little grandchildren, ride there to have the opportunity to practice their horsemanship skills, bond with their equine partners, and experience the beauty of nature. It would be irresponsible to mix bikes with horses on these trails. Horses have the natural instinct to save themselves when they get startled. I've experienced that a few times. Bikers flying around corners and down the hills with little regard for anyone's safety is a recipe for disaster. Bicyclists in our area have many, many places to ride. Please protect this gift from Bob and Crystal as it was thoughtfully intended. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jim Talt and Keena Ramsey is on board.
Howdy, Jim Talt. I live on Crestview Drive and I live within the district. And I don't own a horse and nobody in my family owns a horse, but we do all own mountain bikes. In fact, I ride a giant NSR mountain bike. And it's older than a lot of the people in this room, but I can still shred with it. I've been riding there for about 2 decades. So I misspoke. I have been hiking there for 2 decades, and I was there when mountain bikes were allowed, and I saw firsthand as a hiker what happened, and it ruined the trails, it ruined the ambiance of the park. You could hear those bikers coming for half a mile away because they're shouting back and forth, and it just completely changed the entire park, and I hiked less when they were there. You made the right decision when you reversed and stopped mountain bikes at Crystal Riley Park. I noticed that there was a lot of letters from outside the district, and what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of Portland Metro riders in there, which is what I saw when I was there, and I believe that what will happen is that if you reverse what Bob and Crystal Riley Park 5 years from now will not be known as Bob and Crystal Riley Park. It's going to be known as the Parrot Mountain Bike Park. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to dominate that park. So I ask you, please, do not reverse the very wise decision that you all made several years ago. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Hey, Keena. And then on board is Rebecca Wallace, please.
Hello, my name is Keena Ramsey. I live down in Wilsonville. I'm going to just do a brief read of my letter that didn't get sent in, and I'll qualify a few things. I am here to request the continued user status of Bob and Crystal Riley Park, hikers and equestrian traffic only. Crystal purchased the pieces of land to protect them from future development. Any access to the land for urban recreation or mountain bike usage is in direct opposition to that goal. It would have potential to damage the soils, plants, and animals that call it home. I've been a park user since 2014, as soon as the park was open to the public. I've been hiking there and riding my horse on the trails. My husband and I spent many hours, days, helping maintain the trails when no crew was assigned to Riley. The park is a lovely haven and home to cougar, bobcats, bear, coyote, fox, and porcupine. Please consider the small size of this park. It's only 356 acres, with much of the west side in farm deferral. It's about half the size of other parks with forested trails. Tryon Creek is 655, Powell Butte Nature Park is 671. None of those have any restriction to land use. The other parks that have steep forested trails, steep slopes, ravines, and none of these have unusable deferral land. The forested area of Riley are close to capacity. Increasing user groups would increase user conflict, and accidents with fast-moving wheeled vehicles is a real possibility. Please maintain the wishes of that we have been, talking about to that park. It's just not a safe place to put bikes with any user group. Even if you took the horses away, it's not safe there we've got a lot of runners now, distance runners that are showing up. It's not the right topography, but thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Wallace. And Lynn Calkins is on board?
No, it's a written, that's a written.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Downing. First, to say that the public record that I have done does not show an initial vote to allow bikes on the park. It was a discussion between staff and the bike group. This indicates that a liability discussion did not come before the board at the onset of bikes and being mixed with the existing equestrian use. I want to speak specifically to liability, fiduciary responsibility, and the legislative changes that went into effect January 1st, 2026. As you know, the Oregon Court of Appeals decision in Fields versus City of Newport raised significant concerns statewide regarding the scope of recreational immunity under ORS 105672 through 105696, particularly as it applies to improved trails and access paths. The legislature responded. Senate Bill 1576 temporarily restored protections, and Senate Bill 179 made the changes permanent. The intent was clear: to protect public landowners, including recreation districts, from ordinary negligence claims when land is open for free public recreational use. However, that immunity is not absolute. It does not protect against gross negligence. It does not protect against reckless or wanton misconduct. And it does not protect against decisions made with knowledge for foreseeable risk. Oregon juries have shown that documented awareness of a hazard can significantly affect liability determinations if corrective action is not taken. Today's presentation referenced increased safety for equestrians and risk reduction through separation of uses. Crystal Riley Park has a documented history of conflict between equestrian use and bicycle use. Last year, this board removed bikes from the trails, citing safety concerns for horses and riders. That action was an acknowledgement of risk. So the question becomes, if the board now reverses that decision after previously identifying bicycle use as a safety concern, does that create a record of foreseeable risk? And if an injury were to occur, could it be argued that the district knowingly reintroduced a hazard? This park has a long-established equestrian identity. What formal legal analysis has been conducted under SB 179? Whether council has evaluated risks specific to mixed horse bike use, whether the district's insurance carrier has weighed in an exposure, and whether this decision aligns with the park's longstanding intended use. This is not about bikes versus horses. It is about fiduciary duty, sound governance, and
Thank you
protecting
so
district
much. I
taxpayers
appreciate
from
it.
preventable liability.
Next we have Jamethel Morris. If I said that correctly, if I didn't, Jamethel Morris, and then on board would be Rachel Webb. Sorry.
Good evening, I'm Jay Mathiel Morris. I live in Canby, Oregon, so technically I'm out of district. However, I can say that I have been up to Crystal Riley as a horseback rider much more often in the past couple years. I'm usually up there once or twice a month, sometimes with my son. I have mentioned it to multiple horse people that it's kind of, if you think about the topography of the entire Portland area, kind of a meeting in the middle from the people on the east side and the west side. It's kind of in the middle for everybody. Three main points I want to make in my remaining time. Safety has been hammered on all night long. As a former park ranger, I was a park ranger out in the gorge for a couple of summers. Managing user conflicts was bottom of the barrel of what I wanted to deal with on any given day, and also the most difficult to deal with. And it usually came down to who might get hurt. That's the rules that we were given. And when you're considering bike and horse conflicts, you have to consider that there's 3 heartbeats involved, and one can't speak for themselves. So we as equestrians make choices every day, large and small, of what to do with our horses, where to put them, and having a resource like Bob and Crystal Riley Park, where the decision is a lot easier to make from a safety perspective, is a unique gem that this district probably should protect and do their best for. It's something that doesn't really exist anywhere else that I know of. Everywhere that I go and ride elsewhere has multiple users, and sometimes I self-select out of going there, especially when I have my son along. So that's my second point. This unique park is such a gem. As we've heard from multiple user groups, it's a low conflict, quiet, agrarian, nature forward place. We don't have a lot of those that are protected in this way that it is currently. And then my last point, conflicts everyone's talked about today. As a former park ranger, please consider your staff in any decision. We've heard from your staff saying that these flip-flopping, reversing decision is really hard on them, so please consider that in any decision you make.
Thank you.
You for your time.
Rachel Webb.
Yes, Rachel Webb. I do not live in district in Portland. I ride my horse at Riley Park. I skipped the first half of this to make it shorter, but I wanted to say that predominantly mountain bikers are men aged 30 to 44 years old. I'm a statistics teacher. I've been searching through that, going through. They ride for speed and technical challenge, while the average horse trail rider is typically 45 years, women and young children. Meaning that opening the trails to bicycles shifts the safety burden onto a slower and more vulnerable community. These trails are narrow, heavily forested and filled with blind corners and steep grade. Horses are prey animals. They cannot be trained out of an instinct to react to a fast, silent approaching bicycle. I know, firsthand. All right. A sudden encounter can have serious consequences, particularly for seniors, children, and riders with disabilities. The growing presence of pedal assist electrical bikes intensifies this risk. Their speed and mere silent movement makes them especially startling. Cyclists have many alternative trail systems within 30 minutes of the Portland metro area. There are 187 public mountain bike trail systems with approximately 800 miles of bicycle routes in the greater metro area. By contrast, there are 12 public areas and only 6 of those within 30 minutes of the greater metro area. Excuse me. With less than 30 miles of trails suitable for horses. Sorry, less than 60 miles of trails for suitable horses. For equestrians, Riley Park, and one of only 4 parks suitable for winter riding, the quiet and natural and appropriately challenging terrain, I really request and I hope that you make no changes and add bikes to the park. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have Kiki Goodwin and David Hetty on board, please. If I say your name wrong, I definitely apologize to everybody for that.
Hi, I'm Kiki. I was one of the OGs on Parrot Mountain. as a kid, riding up and down with my horse. It was a way of getting to my friends' houses. I think I've spent the night in all of you guys' houses for sure. So I was like family to Uncle Bob and Crystal and all of them. Great memories. Growing up on the mountain was magical, and I feel spoiled that I got such a great childhood there. It was a community, everybody helped each other, there was no arguing, everyone had respect. The boys that lived on the mountain knew not to go on the trails because the horses, they would get scared. And we didn't even have to tell them not to do that because it's common sense. You can't put the two together. And their dads would kick their butts if they would have. So anyways, I grew up there, so I have a facility, a barn facility that's on Tangent Road in Newburgh, so it's within the district. Anyways, and I have about 30 horses there. There's, I would say, a good 10 or 12 horses there that the girls want to go trail riding. They are older women. There's, they can't go on I think it was the east side or the west side, whichever's the more steep one. The horses cannot go on there. It's so steep and it hurts their joints. It also hurts if they step in a hole and somebody's back gets tweaked. When we get older, that's what happens. It sucks, but anyways, so the west side is kind of out or whatnot. But the main thing is, it's not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen that there's going to be an accident, because there's no way you can have the bikes with the horses. One of my boarders actually told me of a bike accident she got in when a guy came around the corner and crashed in with her horse, and it was a mess. And luckily no one died, and no one, anyways. They don't mix. I've got 5 seconds. So, anyways, please keep it just horses.
Okay, we have David Hetty and Grant Burns on board, please.
Okay, my name is David Hetty. I live on Jody Court in Newburgh here, so I'm in district. I shared last board meeting about the needs of cyclists in our district, and I made a request for access to off-road trails in our district. I'm happy to be available this evening to answer any questions or have any additional discussion. Since there's a much larger group here tonight, I want to reiterate just a few things in my request and clear up just a few of the misconceptions I've seen and heard. First, there is currently zero access to trails, to off-road trails, for people to ride bicycles in our district. The closest trails are 30 to 45 minutes away. And just want to reiterate how important it is for all user groups to have access in our district. I worked with some board members and staff to explore other options for off-road trails in the district, and there's currently no suitable locations. This request is for split use of Riley Park. Although we're open to brainstorming, the idea was presented to have hikers and cyclists on the east side, which is about a third of the area of the park, while equestrians and hikers have access to the west side. Again, we can discuss and work through options together. The park trails would be separated by user groups by a roadway. Finally, the type of cycling that folks would use these trails for, and I have used Riley Park a lot. I was riding there 2 to 3 times a week. Before a little over 2 years ago, bicycles were banned. The type of riding on these trails is not extreme downhill mountain biking, which is a very specific type of riding. It's more of a recreational type cycling that is sometimes done by individuals, but often by youth and children. We can find ways to share this public land, and let's work together.
Thank you. Grant? And Wendy Wint is on board. And when I call your name, can you make sure you're up there so we can keep it rocking? So is Grant here?
He is not here now.
Okay, then Wendy, you're up, and Sylvia, you're on board.
All right, thank you for the time. My name's Wendy Wenty. I live on Parrot Mountain, so I am in district. And I served as the chair of the Bob and Crystal Riley Park Advisory Committee that Don mentioned at the beginning. And so I'll just speak to that for just a second because I think it merits a little bit of attention, and then I'll talk about what I really wanted to comment on. And excuse me. So I served on that. We were members on that board that were selected to just represent different parts of the community and to provide a report out of recommendations that could be used for the master plan. What we prepared is a report that's available, I think it's still online at the CPRD website, but it contained many potential recommendations to pull from. So it's not, we all had our areas of expertise, and I don't know how people were selected to be on that, but there were people who were selected from various different interest groups in the community. So I just wanted to lay that out there, that was not something that we were all working well together, but it was meant to just provide ideas that could inform the master plan process. So my expertise, I am an ecologist, a professional ecologist and wildlife biologist, and I was working on the habitat restoration portion of that plan. And what I wanted to say about the park was that in living there, hiking there, I hike there quite often because I live adjacent to it, and I do occasionally ride a horse in the park. But I would say that area has some very specific, wonderful habitat elements to it. In particular, there are Oregon white oak stands that remain on that property, and those are special. The property is quiet, and I'm going to run out of time, but I want to say that I really would advocate for it to not have bikes on the park.
Thank you.
Because that's...
Okay, Sylvia, please, and then on board is Sean Du Bois.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Cantus. I'm in Beaverton, Oregon, so I'm not in district, but I hike in Crystal Riley a lot. I hike there maybe 2 or 3 times a week unless it's pouring down rain. And I am a horse rider, and if I had a trailer, I'd have my horse up there that often, but I can't get there from the barn where I am without somebody to haul me up there. So, while I want to see it left for horses, I can tell you that I know from personal observation of what I've seen in the park and what I've seen on the trails, bike riders do not follow the rules. I have seen bike riders in the park where they are not allowed. I have seen ruts and erosions in the trails where the bike riders are not allowed. It's perfectly clear those are bike ruts. I have seen the degradation of the trails. I have seen that the horse people have been working their butts off improving the trails because they're the ones that want to use the trails. I don't see bike riders in there doing diddly squat, and they have proved over and over again they do not respect the rules. I've practically been run over by bicyclists when they're not allowed in the park, have them come whizzing down the hill and nearly run over me. I'm going to be 80 years old this year. I do not want to be run over by a bike, and I certainly don't want a chance having a very valuable and dearly loved horse run over by a bike, and I don't want it on my conscience if the horse gets startled and kicks some child on a bike to death. These things are just not compatible. I've been a horse rider, I won't say all my life, because people say, have you ridden all your life? And I say, not yet. I want a place to ride my horse, and I don't want any accidents between horses and bikes. And the horse riders, I've never seen them doing anything dangerous in the park. I have personally seen riders doing things if they won't obey the rules, and there's no funding to have anybody oversee it. The only answer is to keep them separate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, on board, we have Sean up now, and on board is Heather Keller. Thank you.
Sean Dubois is my name. I live just outside the district, but I ride my horses up at Riley about 3 times a week, so I'm there quite a bit. It may be a little unusual in that I'm the only one I know so far that does both. I mountain bike and trail ride, and I've done it for a very long time. And it is very, very difficult to do this at one place. The one place that might work okay is at Stubb Stewart, and it's because they have a ton of oversight and a lot of rangers. And I've had long conversations with bicyclists. I've on the trail about, and they're like, oh, we just talked to the rangers, and this is what we're doing. This is the okay that's safe to ride. I talk to the rangers. We stay away from each other. There's a lot more horses and a lot more bikes. So everybody that's there to bike and ride knows that there are places to ride, places we stay away from. And I've had lovely interactions with both on my bike with horses and on my horse with bikes. And it just takes a lot of oversight to do it in anything approaching a safe manner. And no offense, but you guys don't have the resources. I mean, you can't keep dogs on a leash at Riley. No way. I mean, I stop asking them to leash their dog, and I'm like, okay, good scare practice for my horse, But mountain bikes are different. The horses are way more terrified of bikes than they are of, and motorcycles are better because they can hear them coming. And electric bikes are the worst because when you're going uphill on a horse, you don't expect that a bike's going faster than you up the hill. And the horse doesn't either. My horses are used to bikes, and that terrifies them. So if you guys had more resources, this might work, but you don't. Take that hat off, put my lawyer hat on, and I work in the liability world. And what the lady that was talking about the statutory changes, have you guys done a deep dive into that? The Mount Hood case, Ski Bowl was sued successfully in light of even with the statute in place. There are plaintiffs' lawyers out there salivating over notice of a government body. You guys are on the most notice possible. I mean, I would pull this record and somebody's going to sue each one of you individually too. And I hate to scare you because this is the Lord's work. You guys are doing a great job. This is thankless work and we need this local democracy. But take those defense costs and put them into a mountain bike. You're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars
Appreciate it,
between
Sean.
civil liability.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have Heather Keller up and Wendy Sanderson on board, please.
Hello, my name is Heather. I am not in district. I've lived on Parrot Mountain. I'm an original Baker Keller. I train horses for a living, and I also have a son who rides dirt bikes, mountain bikes, all of the above. My love of this park is that I can teach people how to be safe on their horses. I can take young, I can take old, teach our horses to respond in respectable ways. So when we do go to shared parks, that we have those resources to teach our horses that stuff. What I'd like to also bring with my group and my people is we've got a lot of resources and a lot of good people that we'd love to make the park better. My husband personally owns an excavation company. NEI has offered to use their services, all their employees, and provide funding. We've got a lot more people finding out about this park, and we want to jump in and donate funds, time, and help. There's a lot of good people out here, and you said over there in the corner, good old boys, that's what we all are. Us horse people, we are the good old people, and we want to keep all that going. We love it. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wendy Sanderson and is up, and Kelly Burke. Kelly Burke, Wendy Sanderson. Okay, and if Kelly could come up kind of behind and be ready to go, I appreciate
Sorry,
it.
it's really hard to hear you in the back there, so.
I'll use my coaching voice. Thanks.
I'm Wendy Sanderson. I live on Parrot Mountain Road in District, and I have lived on the mountain for 20-plus years. I am not a horse rider. I am not a bike rider. I am a walker. I am a dog lover. I will not walk my dogs in the park when bikes are there. I have mastiffs. They are well over 200 pounds. It is extraordinarily unsafe. They don't move fast. We can't get out of the way. My mother is in her 70s. She cannot walk there if there are cyclists there. She is not mobile enough. She cannot get out of the way. I'd like to read to you from the Newburgh Dundee Police Department Traffic Safety Team. They mandated that bikes could not be on the walkways in downtown Newburgh. Why they did that is because they said bicyclists travel much faster than people on foot. At any given time, there are many pedestrians frequenting downtown businesses and restaurants. Pedestrians aren't looking out for bicycles on the sidewalk. It's nearly impossible for them to anticipate or avoid sidewalk cyclists, nor should they be expected to. Bicyclists, anyway, it goes on to talk about the problems with pets and people and the inability to get out of the way of a fast-moving wheeled vehicle. Separate from that, I'd like to say that this body has a duty to the youth of Newburgh. In this study, in this, not study, but in this survey that was just conducted, it was what, 80% of the people said that their primary focus was for you to make opportunities available for youth. Youth don't drive. Our kids in Newburgh, many of them have parents who, I'm out of time.
I don't want to interrupt. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
but can I just say, they gotta be able to get there.
Okay.
We need bikes in town.
Kelly Burke, please. And on board would be Joanne Trapp. Is Kelly Burke here? Okay, Joanne Trapp, please. Pass, okay. Thanks. Okay, then we have Brooke Castillo, and on board we have Bob Freshman. Thank you.
So, my name is Brooke Castillo. I am non-resident, but I live in Old Town Sherwood. I do have horses who are in district up on Heater Road on Parrot Mountain. So I stand before you as a resident of Sherwood, a like-minded equestrian, as well as a local dog trainer. I come asking the board to reconsider the re-inclusion of bicycles at Bob and Crystal Riley. I have had the pleasure of being a part of this mountaintop community for over 18 years. Throughout these years, I have been able to introduce many people to the oasis that is Bob and Crystal Riley's. Be it veterans, children, other novices going on their first ride, referring hikers new to the area, eager to explore. We've all been able to enjoy one of the last local parks that is protected against the use of mountain bikes. Though I am a horseman, I come to you today as a dog professional. Dogs are a major part of our family community. Some are playfully driven, some are reactive, others, they're even learning bravery or to even overcome trauma and fear towards certain environmental stimuli. Many families feel safety with having their dogs explore at the ends of their leashes. It allows their dogs to exercise and socialize, all with managed freedom. The safety is here because we are able to anticipate the hazards that lie ahead. Safety for the dogs, the children and adults who enjoy these adventures with their pets. This park has become a destination to work through everyone's training goals, knowing they have a safe place to train with peace of mind that there are no hazardous obstacles to circumnavigate. I fear, with the inclusion of mountain and electric bikes on this property, unnecessary danger will present itself just around every corner. Unpredictable and silent, bikes at this park do not give fellow dog hikers enough reaction time to safely bring their pets back in from full extension of their leashes. In preserving this park as a hiker and equestrian use only, we can prevent traumatic accidents from occurring. We need to remain proactive for everyone's safety. It should not result in a tragic accident, injury, or even a fatality for this change to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob is up, and Tamara Bush Johnson is on board. Thank you.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Bob Freshman. We live on Corral Creek Road, about 2 miles from Bob and Crystal Riley Park, so we're in district. My wife and I have lived up in that area for 26 years, and we've been lucky enough to have access to the Riley property for 26 years. We were invited in 2000 by Bob and Crystal to be able to access their property. My wife riding and me being the humble hiker on the property, but we've enjoyed that property, feel blessed to have had it over these years. When the transition happened and bikes started using the property, there was a dramatic change. It went from being a place that we felt safe, it was a peaceful place that we could come, to being somewhere we were always concerned about what's coming behind us, what's coming over our shoulder. And I'd have to say, the person that said that the bikes that use the park are all just recreational bikers. That message didn't get to the people that I interacted with. There were people that basically used that for a racetrack. There was races that were actually held in the park. It became so unsafe, we stopped using the east side of the park. Bikes weren't supposed to be on the west side. Guess what? Did they pay attention to the signs? Nope. They started using the west side. We simply stopped using the park. We felt we were driven out of the park because it was not safe. for us to be there with the bikes. I think that the feeling that putting up signs is going to solve the problem is a fantasy. Signs will, the people that are already going to be courteous, it reminds them to be so. The people that don't care, it does nothing. I don't want to be back in a situation where I'm fearful to be on the trails and I'm worried about getting run off the trails, which did happen to me previously.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Tamara is up and Steve Paulson is on board, please.
Tamara Bush Johnson. I live on Lat Hill Road. I'm in the Newburgh School District, but just slightly out of the district. I have been horseback rider at Crystal Riley Park for more than 40 years. And I speak tonight in utter disbelief and dismay that the CPR board would feel the need to revisit bikers being allowed at Crystal Park due to the dangerous conditions that would present again to other users of the park. Having lived near the park for 45 years and riding my horse from my home to the park, I would often see Crystal outside and visit with her, and she was a character. But she would just always say how much she loved seeing the horses because that was the rural setting and that's what she wanted for her property. Many of you know her dream for the property that she donated. No development, reflect a historical rural farm to be educational and to provide a safe and rural farm setting for equestrians. The Crystal Riley Equestrian Nonprofit Organization is excited and capable to help fulfill her wishes in partnership with the CPRD board. We have the energy, the expertise, the connections to funders, and the passion to make Crystal Riley Park your most visited and used park in your district. We also need to, I'm going to skip because I know my time. We've talked about the safety and the speed. I totally agree with that, and I've witnessed that myself as well. But another key reason, of course, is liability, which some other people have mentioned the liability, because when someone's dog, child, parent, or equestrian gets injured or killed from a biker coming around a corner at the high speed that they do, it's not, again, if it will happen, it's when it will happen. And some would suggest to separate the east-west. As you've heard, we've done that. Bob just spoke to that too. It didn't work because there were still bikers always on the equestrian side. CPRD board members promised Crystal Riley's representatives when the land was gifted to them that it would be in an equestrian park. It was a very clear intent of donor that her property was to be used for equestrians. Please honor her intent. It's your responsibility, not as an individual, but to uphold the integrity of CPRD.
Okay, we have Steve up now and Joran, and I getting the writing down. Roder? Anyway, Joran's up next. Steve.
Steve Paulson, 5010 Longest Drive. Do we see a theme here?
You're in district, right?
In district. Tyson Butler was still here. I wish. I'm also a follower of Jesus, Athey Creeker. Love my neighbor as myself. But that's separate from what's right and what's wrong in this situation. Bicycles were never meant to be there. Why were they ever allowed? I love how no one's addressing that. I would love someone to say, this is how they got there, and tell the people. What could go wrong? Someone could die. What happened to finding a new location for the bikes? I've gone toe-to-toe with Dolphin. I've gone toe-to-toe with Bowman. Tell the people you'll find them property. That's what I would say. Do it to the bicycle community, but not at Crystal Riley. It's about safety, not who's on the board on any given election cycle. It shouldn't be, you got elected, we have a conservative board. Coincidentally, the bikes get voted off. Then the liberal board comes on, but it's a nonpartisan. That's garbage, and you all know it. Why was this voted on 2 years ago to remove the bikes from the park only to be voted back on once a different board makeup was elected? This board has no right to put the public in danger. Do not mix horses and bicycles on the same path. I have zero vested interest in this park. As I mentioned before, my folks live on 600 acres right on the Alsea River. I grew up with my older sister with horses. However, if I did, and if bicycles were allowed back on the trails at this park, risking the safety of the public and animals, then I would join any litigation possible to sue the district and this board. Boys don't belong in girls' sports as much as horses don't mix or belong with bikes on the same trails.
Next up is Joran, and then on board is Rebecca Herron, please. Joran? Can you hear me back there? Is there a Joran here? If not, Rebecca Herron is up.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Herron, Perrydale Trails, Sheridan. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. And that's what I feel is going on right here. This Riley Park, it's a paradise to horsemen and hikers. It's beautiful trails, well maintained, and it's become a precious place for people who would like to have a safe place to ride. Our horse-only trails have dwindled to only a few. Meanwhile, the state and county governments build hiking and biking paths everywhere. That's great, but then they also want to use our horse trails. And Mr. Clements was right that horses and bikes don't mix at all. I would like to say thank you to the board for letting us talk about our side on this, because we really, horse people have not been represented throughout. We seem to give up pretty easily, but this group here, we're fighting for this, and we would really appreciate that you keep it as it is. Because if Riley Park is changed to a multi-use, for horsemen, it will become just another paradise that we just used to have.
Thank you. Stacy? We have Stacy up. Stacy Harnu, and then on board is Greg. And Greg Swanson, if you could come up near her there, and then we can get moving a little faster.
Hi, I'm Stacy Harnu, and we live on Lad Hill Road, but slightly out of district. I run a therapeutic riding barn, and these trails are incredibly important to us. I gave you all, the board members, this picture. You can see that for us to safely use these trails, we've got 2 sidewalkers, the horse, and then the leader, and then myself. This is a paradise for us, because these little kids, these people with special needs, can be out and they can be someplace where they're really safe. We can look at Trillium. We can look at, we can listen for bird calls. I've got an app where we listen for bird calls. And unfortunately, I love bikes, and I did used to mountain bike, but I was not quiet when I did that. So they don't mix. A. B, you've heard from professionals, and you've heard from people who have worked with horses for a long time. Bicyclists aren't professionals. If you're going to do any study, please include behavioralists. And then, speaking of behavior, I was up there when the bicycles were up there, and the rules were not followed. And it just takes 1 second, and you lose somebody. So I can't tell you or advise you strongly enough to not do this. Find a great place for the bikes.
Thank you. Okay, Greg, and we have Marla Robinson on board, please, if you could come up behind. So thank you.
Well, thanks for all the speakers that came before me, because you covered a lot of ground, and so I'm not going to bore you with that stuff anymore. I just wanted to
Could you have name, address, and if you're in district, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Greg Swanson, Lad Hill Road, just outside of district. But the main thing about that park is I mountain climb, I hike, I horseback ride, not that often, but we own horses. But that park is a refuge from basically our daily lives. We live in a beautiful area, but it's still somewhat of a concrete jungle. And the one thing nice about that park is that we can escape up there. I'm up there 2, sometimes 3 times a week, just to detox, to soak up some nature and enjoy the flora and the fauna that we can't find anywhere else, not in that type of situation. The other thing is, many times, I may not ride our horses, but I've taken horses up there and I've exercised them and I've just walked with the horses. And we encounter dogs, we encounter people with their dogs, with their kids and everything else. And most kids don't want to come up and pet your bike. You know, but those kids come up and say, hey, mister, can we pet your horse? And our horses are well mannered and everything else, so yes, you can. And those kids melt. A lot of times those kids have never petted a horse before. So just to be able to do that, and I could not do that with a mountain bike zipping down the trails while we're trying to be ambassadors and try to show these children what nature is about and what things they can experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Marla, and then Catherine Brow is next. I'm sorry it's so tall.
Okay. My name is Marla Robinson, and I live on Parrot Mountain, next to the park. And I am in district, of course. So I have known the Rileys since 1970s and sooner. My property is part of the original Parrot Mountain land grant, and I am the second oldest property owner still residing on the mountain. Though I've had many conversations with Crystal over the years, and I learned that her intention was to leave her property to the public as a living history farm with horse and walking trails. Her husband Bob created most of the trails in the 70s for her niece and neighborhood children and friends to enjoy riding their ponies and horses. It was never intended for bikes. As horses and bikes do not mix, you are just asking for problems, as you've heard before. Throughout my years, I've served on several state, county, and local boards. I firmly believe that if someone donates their land or property to the public for a specific purpose, their wishes should be honored. Donations should not be accepted if you feel their intent cannot be fulfilled. This matter should not be political. Crystal would be deeply disappointed and probably turn over in her grave if she knew how the Chehalem Park and Recreation District is handling her property. This is not honorable.
Okay, Catherine is up, and Christy Carnes is next. Christy Carnes?
We're going to be support for Kathy. Yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
My name is Catherine Parrott-Smith Bro, and I currently reside in California. I had to move away from the mountain to raise my family. I lived on that mountain for many years, growing up in an environment that was magical, where young kids like ours don't get to grow up in anymore because the farmlands are decreasing, as you all know. And I know that parks are a good substitute. You guys are doing an honorable job trying to keep the intent of the original land grant and the intent on my family and what they wanted to see for the future of this park. I'm very honored to stand up here with these two lovely ladies because they fought like hell to make sure that we got to keep this land after, sadly say, people took advantage, and it all comes down to money when it comes to this type of land. So my aunt wanted to make sure that that didn't happen again, that the land was given back to the people as a community to respect and use as it should be. Horses were a big part of how I grew up because That was what we did. We didn't have bikes. Bikes were not an option. Who wants to ride a bike up in that mountain? You'd kill your thighs. No way. We were lazy. We had the horses. They were funner, wilder. Anyway, I want you to respectfully respect, that the board members reflect upon the legacy and intentions behind my Aunt Crystal's gift to you all and make the right decision. You have a room full of people here that will support you. You have a room here of very educated people that I know we can come to some type of agreement.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Christie up next.
I already did it.
Okay. I'm gonna try this name. Megan Dungan is the last name. I couldn't. Are we good? Okay. Marion Deering? Nope. Yep. And then on board would be Leslie Campbell.
Hi, my name's Mary Ann Deering. I live at 12345 Southwest 2s Road. Yes, that's my address.
Is that in district or?
I don't know.
It's not.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm here. I used to mountain bike and horse ride. Now I just ride horses. And I ride up at the park quite often. And I'm here to tell you firsthand what can happen when you mix more uses than what the land is meant for. In 2018, I was riding my beautiful mare up at Joe Graham Horse Camp, Timothy Lake, and it's a shared use trail. And I had just gotten off to get a drink of water, thank God, because a woman came screaming around the corner, and my horse backed up at about 900 miles an hour, and I watched my beautiful horse fall backwards over the cliff. I couldn't believe it happened. I went scrambling down there. The woman didn't even stop. My friends ran to get help. I'm an experienced backwoods hiker, rider. I carry Verizon phone, AT&T. I carry tranquilizers. I carry everything for everybody else. And I also carry a gun. I was able to get Hillsborough Aviation to send a helicopter out. We tried lifting her out, and after 9 hours of her being on the cliff and unable to walk out because of the terrain, they had to shut down all the roads in the parking lot to get the helicopter in, so this meant hundreds of campers were trapped there knowing exactly what was going on. I was the only one carrying a gun. So when I heard the helicopter pilot say we only have enough fuel to try one more time to get her out, I knew that it was probably hopeless and they couldn't get her out, and he left. And a gentleman was nice enough to shoot her for me. But I will never forget that day. And I don't need a script because I relive it every time I look at my horses.
Thank you, we're sorry. Thank you. Okay, Leslie Campbell. If not, that is all the public speaking that we have, unless we have something online.
We did not have any online registrations when we started the item, so we still have no speakers online.
Okay, so we are done with that. Next on the agenda is the board to deliberate on a possible motion concerning mountain bikes being placed back on the Crystal Riley property. So, Jason, we'll start with you. If you'd like to speak on that, to have a discussion with the board.
Well, I tell you what, I want everybody to know that I have.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, let me get here. I'll do what I keep telling everybody else to do. I'll get close to the microphone. It is. Hello? Nobody can hear me.
From that side, and you guys didn't call us.
Oh, do you have?
We're waiting to public speak from the
Let's bring your stuff. We'll have you guys speak.
Baby Lori.
So I'm going to go over there and make sure.
1 second, please.
I was told we had received the comment forms. It looks like we have other people coming in the door.
Okay.
So let's keep it open, and we'll proceed with those. Actually, Casey, will you go over and coordinate with Julie and just
Before you start,
bring anyone over?
and we'll let you start.
Yeah.
Let's gather up all those forms, and then we can go from there, so.
Their staff have no more forms to provide at
Do I
this
have
time.
her form?
We were told that they came over from the room.
Yeah, we were told we had until 6 o'clock to sign up, and then they were sent over here, so.
Yeah. So I would suggest that we take it on faith that they arrived here. We just don't know where they are, and we let
Now,
them
when you
speak.
say they,
Whoever comes from that room.
okay.
I don't want to suspect. I don't think that we should get into parsing on whether people are.
Right,
being
my
honest
only
or not.
problem is I don't have a paperwork for you.
Okay.
Could you make sure that you fill that out after you talk? That'd be great.
Okay.
And we'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay.
And if you could just give us your name, address, and if you live in district, that'd be great.
Okay, my name's Lori Branch. I live 12150 Southwest Westfall Road at the base of Parent Mountain, so I'm just outside of district. I got to tell you, we sat there and have been watching this the whole time. It has been very, very hard to listen to this meeting, as it was almost like a flex that you guys didn't officially get anything in writing for the donors' requests, and that in writing was the only thing that really mattered to you guys. That's got to be so tough for any potential future donors watching things like this, right? If I'm going to donate my land to you guys and you're going to change the intent because we did a handshake deal and you didn't get it in writing, I mean, isn't that what happened with the Native Americans? I mean, didn't we do a handshake deal and they lost all their land because we didn't get it in writing? It's very frustrating. I teach writing lessons locally
please.
to many very timid beginners who need safe places to ride. And I know you guys have heard all night about safety. It is very important that we don't have bikes run up their butt. We have young horses that need experience out on trails before they're able to carry people safely. We have young riders that need to gain confidence. And riding is so important to our young community. I used to run a therapeutic youth skills training group as well. Nature is the only therapy that universally helps all problems. Anxiety, grief, depression, ADHD, it doesn't matter. Nature's the only thing that works for all of them. Bikes take away from that because all of a sudden you're adding speed and things are flying past you and we can't calm down and be in nature. I ask you guys today, please, to consider keeping the park for horses and hikers only. We've watched so many parks get lost, and the minute that we open the door to other things, it's not safe for us anymore. I personally have watched Wilsonville Memorial Park, go from having an equestrian arena to be able to ride in for the public to slowly being taken away without a vote.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have anyone else?
Ma'am, there you go.
I don't want to miss anyone. I want everyone to get a fair shake, so we're good?
Julie's indicated from the other room that there's no one over there indicating that they would like to speak.
Okay. So, with that said, we are back to where we were before, and so the board is deliberating on a possible motion, and I had Jason speaking first. Go ahead.
All right.
But loudly, I guess.
Yes. So first, I want to thank everybody who spoke here today, everybody who written something and sent it in to us. I listened to every syllable, except for when I had to use the restroom, that you guys said. There is passion on both sides. It's real, and it speaks to how important this piece of property is to this community. Several years ago, CPRD had given the opportunity to purchase a $6 million piece of property for $280,000. That was not just a transaction, it was a gift. And when there was announcement that stated that we had acquired this piece of property, it specifically stated this was a gift, okay? It is true that we purchased this, but it was a gift. Nobody gives you $6 million worth of property for $280,000 without it being a gift. And it came with a clear understanding of its historic and intended use. It was equestrian, hiking, and agricultural education. That understanding was confirmed during the original negotiations and again when the park was later modified. Some have argued that bicycles were not explicitly prohibited, and that may be true. But this decision isn't about exploiting what was not clear. It's about honoring intent. When a donor entrusts land to a public agency, that trust matters. If we disregard that understanding simply because we legally can, we damage something more important than trail property. We damage the credibility of this district. When I made the motion to remove bicycles, it was not to reward one user group or penalize another. It was to restore the trust and preserve the integrity of CPRD. Public trust is fragile, and once broken, it is difficult to ever get it back. At the same time, I recognize the very real need for expanded bicycle opportunities in this district. And that is why I've spent the last 2 years actively looking for an appropriate location where cycling can thrive without compromising donor intent or community division. This is not about winners or losers, it's about stewardship. It is about honesty, and it's about integrity. It's about keeping our word, and it's about finding solutions that unite our community rather than divide it. Tonight, I plan on talking later on tonight, so if you're a bicycle person, I wanted to do this earlier, but we couldn't get it moved up because we had so many people. But I think it would have been important if we could have talked about this. But tonight, I intend to talk about a possible use. I want to say something to David Hetty, Brian Bowman, and Matt Dolphin. You guys have been really honorable about asking for use to ride bikes on Bob and Crystal Riley Park. You guys have been so incredibly nice. I mean, I don't know what the best words to use are, but I'm impressed with you guys. I mean, you guys are great guys. I know you guys are great guys wanting really great things, and I want to help you get there. I think we have a solution. It's just a matter of whether the board wants to move forward with my solution or not. So with that, thank you everybody for everything that you put into this. It's incredible.
Hey, Brandon, you're on.
I'd like to hear from the senior board members if possible. The others. Is that okay?
I'm going to wait till the end, but you're on. Go
Okay,
for it.
all right, sure, that's fair. I've tried to look at this as a nuanced position, considering that I've got to represent the entire district. Testing. How's
You're gonna have to really be loud, just vocal here.
Yeah, I've tried to look at this from a nuanced position, considering all the recreational opportunities we need in the district. Clearly, many of you know some of my past feelings about this specific topic, but I didn't want a personal opinion to reflect a vote depending on the information. So I actually sought out a lot of this information, and I've learned a lot about Crystal Riley, which fascinated me. And those of you who know her much better, I envy that. I was able to go to the library and dig through some documents, some really cool documents, photographs of the Parrott family, just crazy, amazing thing. And I see her as a historian, right? Like, she should really be considered like as important as her own ancestor, Sam Parrott, Ewing Young. I think that's really cool. You know, she kept all those things. So even up until like 2 years before she passed away, she had emails printed out of her reaching out to people around the world, like, you know, hey, there's this photograph. How can I document this? And that's awesome. And I'm not sure how CPRD can continue that legacy. I would personally love to. I know the library is actually looking for volunteers to help digitize this stuff. I would like to volunteer, and whoever wants to join me, please do, because I know there's a lot of people that care about her. So with that aside, I wanted to get into some of the documentation because I think it helps paint a picture. And regardless of where we go in the end, I think it's helpful to learn some of this for my own education, for other board members, for the audience. Because the library had like Crystal Dawn Riley Smith Foundation bylaws, foundation master plans, board meeting minutes for 2003 all the way to 2008. And I was trying to dig into like what was her intent, what was her wishes, because there's so much about that. The only thing I can personally find has been reiterated here often of, historical farm. Let's see, I don't want to take up too much. Agricultural, vegetables, hogs, chickens, like, those of you who knew her better than me probably thinking about like how was that when she was there. So because of these historical documents, I've been trying to paint a picture of like, what's her intent? What's our responsibility? What's the reaction of the community based on that? She set up the foundation, for those of you probably who already noticed, 2003, 2006, and all the mission statement was about farming. There's nothing about horses. Now, clearly, horses have been up there forever. It used to be called Wild Horse Mountain, right? She gave access to her land for horses. And that absolutely 100% should continue. 2006, at the end of it, she passed away, and then the new board came on. Some things changed, and I think, it makes sense for a foundation to make some changes based on what their capacity is. There was introduction of equestrian park after Crystal's passing. There's implementation of memberships for horse riders, banning of dogs at the park, and even in some of the documents, activity lists, notes, bike racks for cyclists. And I'm curious what the thought process was for the foundation at the time. Did they see a use for bikes? Why is that a listed activity list, or listed on the activities? Obviously, from 2009 onward, that seems to be when most of the financial crises happened. A lot of the finances prior to that felt like the foundation was hemorrhaging money, and I don't know how that was handled. Clearly, there was some, DOJ involved. But all that intent, I'm trying to figure out what is CPRD's role in that intent. I don't think it's valuable to ignore the history. And also, like, as a governance board, like, what we're supposed to follow the law. We have, ORS 266, blah, blah, blah. They define things, right? We've got all these annoying laws that we have to look into. And when things aren't, like, there's no binding covenants, there's no, like, definitions, no deed restrictions, my number one concern is that it raises an awful precedence that if any land is acquired and there's no clear written intent, and trust me, there's a lot of written stuff in here. When it comes to the changeover, there's no written intent. How do we balance that with the law? So I'm concerned that the precedents would set that we would have to evaluate all of our property that was donated or purchased at a discount and try and go back years and years and years and figure out intent. I'm just concerned about the precedents that sets. And if we go down that path, the consistency is just like, it's messy. Sorry. I'm also looking into like special districts of Oregon governance, which were governed by and we're members of. And like the policy decisions need to be based on law and adopted policy. We can't just have arbitrary or inconsistent enforcement, and decisions need to be defensible. And so ultimately, like, what's CPRD's purpose? Serve the general public, provide equitable recreational opportunity, manage assets, responsibility, avoid arbitrary exclusion. That could include, at any particular park, walkers, runners, dog walkers, equestrians, cyclists, disabled adaptive riders who can't go up Riley Park and simply just walk, right? The number one thing to me is safety. All the intent, just, there's no grounds for the intent for me. So how do we address safety? How do we address the safety of the horse riders and the hikers who are worried about cyclists? I don't have a direct answer for that, and that's why I'm hoping we can compromise, that we can discuss, come together as neighbors, and say, we do or we don't want X activity here or there. Let's get professional review, let's get staff opinion, let's get community input from all different user groups, so that we can come to some sort of solution that's not simply kick one group out. And if at the end of all that, it's determined that there is a better place, that's a part of the discussion. I don't think it's healthy to simply snap our fingers and put bikes back everywhere. That would just upset everybody. You know, Oregon Equestrian Trails has a bikes and bails program where they help educate the community. I personally have faith in our neighbors to come together and work together. I know there's a lot of awful stories. I just believe better in everybody. Bicycles are a part of modern recreation. Horses are part of our agricultural heritage. And hikers, obviously, they're just always going to be there. I believe all can exist in a well-managed property. How and where, I'm really hoping we can determine. And if we just simply uphold the bike ban, just pure and simple, I'm concerned about the precedents. If we simply force bikes in tomorrow, that's just going to be a disaster. So my opinion, personally, is that we can reach the middle ground on those two potential resolutions, where we can open up the park as it's on the table. Just put it on the table for the staff to have an opinion. Put it on the table for the properties that are being discussed. And once we get those professional reviews, those unbiased documentation, like, that's what I really value. There's a lot of emotional plea tonight that's super valuable. And there's a lot of opinions on shared use, and that's really valuable. And we really need to just find a good middle ground to work together. That's kind of the gist of my spiel, but I think we can find it. Thank you.
Thanks. Now,
You want me to go?
I do want you to go.
Okay, I'm up. Well, thank you everyone for coming tonight, and I'm super bummed that we're here because I don't think we should be rehashing this issue at all. We're recreating a controversy where none should exist. I support maintaining the district's current position regarding Bob and Crystal Riley Park for the following reasons. First, I'm going to jump into some things that were discussed tonight in the staff report. I think you did a great job at providing an unbiased position for our district. And what I mean by that is this isn't a matter of law at all, not even 1%. We have the ability to program the park and to manage the park. We could put ATVs up there. We could put up motorcycles. We could turn it into a shooting range. We could turn it into a golf course. We could turn it into mud wrestling. Does that sound good to all you? Yeah. Yeah. That would be, most of the uses that could be considered valid recreational uses would just be terrible ideas. They'd also just be bad policy. And worst of all, they wouldn't honor the public trust. Okay? As Jason said, as a board member and someone representing this district, the hardest thing to hear is people who are involved with the district, people who have donated over $5 million of land to us, saying, gosh, I wish we wouldn't have done that. The damage done by backtracking on our promises, whether they be in writing or not, could be insurmountable for a district like us. We depend on the public trust. We also depend on donors. One of our most incredible parks that we're about to open, probably in the next few months, is Sander Estate in Dundee. And that was a donor, and she had a number of wishes and a number of desires, and some of it kind of similar. Keep my farmhouse, don't knock it down, don't develop it. Please start on this park before I pass. And we were able to do that, and it was a lot more work than it should have been. The other thing the staff report mentioned, which is really, really important, is we did not legally bind ourselves to the demands that the foundation made. And that is probably good government policy. This is public land. But almost everything, except for exclude so-and-so from the land, we've been trying to do and attempting to do and continue to attempt to do. That's preserving the farm and the agrarian nature. We're still farming a lot of the land. It's in deferral. And so by saying legally we're free to do certain things, we're also telling you that we're trying to honor the wishes. And that's been the entire story this entire time. We've been doing that, except for this one issue. And that's kind of unfortunate. The other thing that the staff report mentioned was numbers. I'm not a numbers person and I hate math. But I was able to add a few of these together. The primary users of our park district, if you add them together, hikers, walkers, dog walkers, that's about 20% according to that survey. I think we can all agree that Riley Park's primary user group is hikers. It is dog walkers, maybe trail runners. These are the primary user groups, and they will come into conflict with bikes. We've heard it tonight. You hear it everywhere. You hear it in Lake Oswego where bikes were removed from parks. It's just part of life, okay? Now, if we didn't know that, we could claim willful ignorance or naivety, but we do know it. That gets into the other issue. When this board made the decision a couple years ago, we were dealing with a legal issue where the recreational immunity had been temporarily overturned by the court. That wasn't the primary reason that I supported what we did, but it did scare the heck out of me. When you have questions regarding recreational immunity, as I think someone testified over there who's a lawyer, it just takes one accident, and none of us on this board and none of us in the staff can say, oh, we didn't know that would happen, because y'all told us it would happen. We all know it will happen. It is a matter of time. Okay, jump into some other stuff here. The donor intent historical use of the property, purchase, donation, whatever you want to call it. Actually, I will call it what it was, and that is a donation, because that's what CPRD called it in our own press release dated October 24th, 2013. The foundation donated over $6 million worth of land in exchange for $280,000. That $280,000 was just used to clear a loan on the house and cover attorney's fees. So really, CPRD was able to obtain the property unencumbered by making that payment. It was a donation, so it just was, according to CPRD. we also stated in that document, which was up on the screen about 2 hours ago, not only will the equestrian community return to the trails it has previously enjoyed, but Bob and Crystal Riley Park will be a scenic nature park with trails, including equestrian trails. Now, a bunch of arguments have been made to kind of counter what I think we all sort of know is obviously true. The first is the claim that it wasn't a donation. CPRD said it was a donation, so that's just a bizarre argument. There's also the claim that CPRD can do whatever it wants because we purchased the land. I think legally we can do a lot of things, like the shooting range, land helicopters up there, build a golf course. I mean, we can, and our lawyer will tell you, I think he's still on. That doesn't mean we should, and it doesn't make it good public policy. That's what we're here to do, is public policy, guys. Okay. And then the other claim that bikes were not explicitly prohibited in riding. That's another kind of bizarre claim because there's no one who assumed that this would be an issue at the time. And they didn't go through the list of every potential future use and exclude it. And if they did, CPRD would have said no thank you anyways. And we would have done what we're supposed to do, which is what fits the land, what makes sense, what's good public policy. There's also other points just with our district. Ewing Young Trails, we don't have bikes on there. Getman Loop, we don't have bikes. We don't have bikes in a lot of places. We also don't have horses anywhere other than Riley Park. So every trail system has a certain use that it's best suited for. 99% of them are hikers, walkers, dog walkers, joggers, so on and so forth. So, district integrity matters. We've got to do the right thing. Safety is the other big thing, and I don't want to spend too much time on it. It's so utterly obvious that, the fact that we have to talk about it is a little bit goofy, but we have a safety issue. We also have a legal liability issue, and it won't go away. The big one here that I think sometimes we've missed is the current state of the park. There's more people here than there were even a couple years ago, 3 years ago, when we had this park issue to debate. Why is that? Well, because there's more people using the park. Why is that? Because it's a safe park. Again, these are obvious arguments that can get lost in translation, but the park is absolutely flourishing. Hikers, dog walkers, runners, the primary user group. Hiker, dog walker, runner, and equestrian would be 29.4% according to math of the user groups, where the bikers is 10.7%. So if we're just making a utilitarian decision based on the greatest good for the greatest number of people, the math's there, we're done, right? We can go home. Okay. The next thing. The next argument, all-weather footing. For the first time, this is truly an all-weather, year-round park. Why is that? Well, horses and people, every step is in a different spot. They wear a trail system differently. These are not single-track trails. These are not rocky trails. These are not trails in the Mount Hood range or the Cascades. This is soft ground, so it's very susceptible to being washed out. Well, we've been lucky enough to obtain donations through the community members up there, many of them equestrians, of time and money to put down all-weather footing, and now we have a winterized park. Not just a winterized park for horses, a winterized park for people walking, dog walking, running, doing all that stuff. I went there the last few winters before this happened, and the park was relatively washed out. And if you were there 3 or 4 years ago when bikes were on it, unfortunately bikes hit the same line repeatedly over and over again. That causes ruts. Even if you have all-weather footing put down, it's going to spread it. You're going to get the rut. The rains will hit. It will wash it out. So again, the best benefit for the most people, hiking through a trail system that is rutted, that is washed out, that is muddy, and is almost unusable during the rainy season, seems like you're really shutting down a great, beautiful part of the park for potentially 5 to 6 months of the year. That is damaging to the greatest number of people and the greatest users we have in all of our trail systems, which are our hikers and our walkers. Let's see. The other thing, and this is probably going to come up later by others on the board, is to attempt to separate the east and west sides. Well, luckily, we've done that, and it didn't work. And now we've eliminated that problem, and it did work. So again, we have through history, very recent history, actually the history that's going on right now, is a park that is being used more than it ever has before by more people than it ever has before. And that's because it's a safe park and it can be used all winter. Okay? So, you know, you've heard the saying, why mess with a good thing? I don't know, some people want to. The other problem is we have a significant issue in two parts. If we split up the park like it was before, you're taking the what would be considered the more easily rideable, easily accessible trails, and you're eliminating any equestrian access. Okay? Unfortunately, what that does is it gives the equestrians the part of the park that is very sloped, very dangerous, and requires more technical riding ability. So when you look at the statistics of the equestrian, I think someone mentioned that, you have a lot of children starting out and learning. This is probably the only park in the area where they can do that. Why? Because it's safe and because they have a relatively non-technical system. If you split the park in half, as was done before, young riders, trainers, horses in training, older riders, older horses, out. That will be probably about 70%, if I got the math right, of the equestrian use is done. So what we're saying is, oh, it's okay, we'll save this for the equestrians, you guys still get your piece of the land, but you're excluding 70%. And I know we like the word inclusion. We don't want to exclude people. I don't want to either. The other problem with splitting the park would be the rules, okay? We want to put up a lot of signs. We want to smile and wave and all be happy. Unfortunately, life doesn't always work that way. In order to have proper management of a mixed-use park, even with a highway going down the middle, you're going to have a full-time park ranger. I know some members of this board, it wasn't too long ago, recently got elected, and they got elected on a fiscally conservative platform. They wanted to make sure that we're just taking care of the parks we have, that we're taking care of every penny we have. We've closed down a daycare because it was losing about $160,000 a year. We have abdicated our responsibility for another rural park, Crabtree Park, because it was going to cost a little too much for us to repair. So we're being kind of miserly, right? Do you think it makes sense to include something, which would be bike use on this trail system, that is going to require at least a full-time park ranger? That's probably $100,000 annually at a minimum. It's also going to require increased maintenance and labor. The current state of this park when bikes were on it is it would rut, it would wash out, and the trails were basically destroyed every rainy season. Then every spring we have to send our folks out there to basically recondition and sometimes even rebuild the trails. That's money, that's time. That's about as much time as it is to mow the lawn at Crabtree Park that we don't have anymore, okay? It doesn't make sense fiscally. On the flip side of that, the advantage we have if we continue working with and not against the neighbors in the park, in the area, in the park, and the equestrian users as well as the hikers, is they've already invested a lot of time, money, labor, sweat, blood, and tears, in this park to winterize half of it, and they have the ability or the intent to also winterize the other half. So we can reduce the stress on our staff. We can reduce our financial output by working with people instead of making enemies of them. Okay, and the other one, and this is a big one. Part of government is we shouldn't be fighting over, oh, we want this, That's dumb, you guys. This is dumb. We should be planning. We should be thinking ahead. We should have a 10-year plan. We should have a 20-year plan. We should have a 50-year plan. And we have one of those things that's later on the agenda. I wanted to move it up a little bit earlier because ultimately this city, actually Dundee and Newburgh, are going to build towards the river, believe it or not. The kind of part of town that is maybe older and more depressed, it's going to be rejuvenated with riverfront development. We're going to have new development on the river in Newburgh and in Dundee. And part of that is we've already identified, and we currently own one piece of land of about 100 acres on the river. We just have a hard time accessing it right now. But we're going to own multiple other pieces of land unless the board makes a series of bad decisions and decides not to. We're going to be a riverfront park district. These riverfront parks have a lot of space. The other incredible thing with these riverfront parks, and Jim can attest to this, we're going to build a Newburgh-Dundee bypass trail. And that's going to connect our communities. And it's going to connect them on the side where we have the river. So imagine, dream with me, everyone. You're in Dundee, downtown Dundee, and your kiddo wants to go mountain biking. And they bike out their front door, down a sidewalk, and then they hit the Newburgh-Dundee bypass trail, and then they say, hey, I'm going to take a technical trail system over on the river in Dundee, and I'm going to go downhill and up, and I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to pop back on the Newburgh-Dundee bypass trail, and then I'm going to ride a little further, and then I'm going to be on another riverfront park trail with a real steep slope that's going to be really awesome that we can get for really cheap. We're going to talk about it in like an hour. And then we can do some more mountain biking. Then we'll pop off that, and then we'll mountain bike to the new promenade where the old riverfront paper mill was. And then we're going to keep biking, and we're going to be at the 219 Park, which is 100 acres. We're going to put a campground there someday. It's going to be 20 or 30 years, but it's going to be awesome. But in the meantime, if we can just get a bike there, we can have an awesome single-track bike system. And there's not going to be a lot of user conflicts because no one can get there, okay? Except for probably bikes if we can build it right. There are better locations. And this is the kind of thing we should be spending our time on, is planning, thinking ahead, instead of fighting over the same thing. If we fight over this and we make a bad decision, believe me, in 4 years, you'll get a whole new board and they'll make another decision. And then we'll go back and forth. It will be the fight. We don't need to fight. We just need to plan and think ahead. I know I'm taking a lot of time. It must be painful for some people. But the point is, we shouldn't be here tonight talking about this. It makes no sense. We have one other issue in the staff report, which was a sort of feasibility study of sorts with a bike expert who could actually objectively look at pieces of land we own and pieces of land we maybe could easily own in the near-term future and determine how usable they'd be for bikes. That's objective. And we need a little bit more objectivity and a little less fighting over stupid things. So first, we do have to honor the donor intent. Do we have to do every single thing that someone said Crystal believes she wanted 30 years ago? No, it's not possible. Like you said, that is not possible. But we know what this community is. It's a farm. We know what happens on farms. Animals happen on farms. Horses happen on farms. People bird watch on farms. People have dogs on farms. People don't ride e-bikes 30 miles an hour down the hill, 30 of them at once with earbuds on and a farm. It just doesn't happen. This is very obvious. It's weird we're talking about it, but we are, so I have to say it. We also have to maintain the district integrity. If we make the wrong decision, people will withhold donations. It's a certainty. It's not just Matt with his opinion at one board meeting. It's a certainty. We do need to protect the public safety, and sometimes that means avoiding getting sued. And that also means, even if we're not going to be sued, do we want people to be hurt for no reason? Probably not. We need to manage our budget responsibly. This will be expensive. If we make a change, it's going to be expensive. It just will. And we need to respect the neighborhood impacts. I know the NIMBYism is the phrase that people use, and it can be difficult to work through that. If you're a neighbor, you kind of want your peace and quiet, and you want to be left alone. But we can't totally ignore the neighbors, especially when you have a community that's been so cohesive for going back almost 100 years since the mountain was settled. And we also need to serve the greatest number of district residents, and that's hikers. That's who uses trail systems. And we shouldn't destroy a hiking trail system for a minority user group. That's all I got.
Thanks, Matt. Go ahead.
You don't want me to finish it up?
I'll finish it up.
All right. Well, my fiance always tells me I talk too loud, so now is my time to shine. So I really, truly appreciate everyone who took the time, both to speak at this meeting, but also to provide written public comment. It's, hearing from the public is the only way we can make our decisions here, or I believe the best way we should make our decisions here. As we move forward with the decision, I want to make very clear that my number one priority is safety. And I'm going to say it right now, I do not believe that mountain bikes and horses belong on the same trail. But this is a 327-acre park. Somebody said that this is a small park. It's 40% of our district's land. And I really do believe that it can be shared. And I would like to see that. When bikes were initially let on the trail, they were never given a chance. And I'm sorry to talk poorly about the district, but the signage was poor, education wasn't done well, allowing bikers to switch sides, the way that it was done, bikers and horses did not have a chance to safely share that park. And I believe that if we put effort into that, there is an opportunity for horses, hikers, and bikers to share this 327 park with a total of over 12 miles of trails. So kind of back to my point on safety. Like I said, I agree that mountain bikes and horses and hikers, it's a recipe for disaster if they're sharing the same trail. Which is why I suggest, and this is ultimately, if depending on how the decision goes amongst the board, going to be a staff decision, but my suggestion is that the park is split and that the equestrians and hikers remain on the east side of the park. And why that is because they have done an incredible job of keeping that side of the park, and well, the entire park, open all winter, getting more users out there. So I believe that the equestrians should stay on that side of the park. I believe that there's a great opportunity for bikes on the west side of the park, especially in that southwest corner. There are some safety issues there. I'll address those in a little bit. Yeah, so within the plan to potentially allow bikes on the park, some things that I would need to see from staff in their plan to feel confident about that is detail signage throughout, proactive education to user groups, volunteers providing information at the parking lot, especially when the park first opens, and I will be the first one to raise my hand to volunteer for that. I would like a good hard look into the legal liability issues that were brought up multiple times tonight. And then also I have no interest in allowing e-bikes up in that park. Speaking on the intent to the previous owner, so there's a lot of talk about handshake deals and things like that, and just because it wasn't in writing doesn't mean everything. Well, what I saw from the letter from the foundation's attorney to our attorney at the time gave every opportunity for them to put their requests in writing. And it wasn't there. Their equestrians, horses were not mentioned at all. And we need to go, as a professional organization, I am not a backroom handshake deal kind of guy. We need to go by contracts, and that's kind of where I stand on that. Regarding the consultation that Clay brought up during his staff report, I believe we should not pursue it as stated, but use that to have the consultation up at Riley Park and see how we can make the west side of that park as safe as possible and make it usable for mountain bikes. I don't think we should spend $10,000 for someone to tell us why Friends Park isn't a good mountain bike option. As someone who works in agriculture, I completely agree on preserving the history of this and honoring the agrarian nature of it. I have a lot of ideas on that. Happy to talk about them more, but we've been here for a long time. We can get into that later. Yeah, so just to conclude, I suggest that staff looks into a plan to allow mountain bikes back up there, completely separate, not sharing trails. And I don't see a rush to do that. I want it to be done sufficiently, and I want this decision to last long term. And how it's going to last long term is a safe option. That is the number one priority. And that's all I got.
Thanks. So, again, I appreciate all the passion that's here. And this board has a responsibility to respond to folks that want to have recreational activities in their community. Speaking of the equestrians and so on, I was, 2 weeks ago, I decided to take a trip up to Chehalem Ridge Nature Park, and mainly to look at their sign, to compare it to our sign and see where we're at and see where they had trails and so on. And there were 3 horse trailers there with 3 gals that had their horses. And so I walked over there and I talked to them and I said, how's it going up here, you know, with the horses and you've got bikers? And their comment to me was, you know, we love the bikers. They stop, you know, and we asked them to pet our horse and so on. So I know there's different attitudes, different thoughts and so on, but they're almost all of the state parks in Oregon allow bikes and horses. And I agree 100% with like Matt saying, you know, but we need to do it safely. And I get that. But I answer to, and we answer to the following. Our mission for the district is to connect and enrich our community through parks, recreation, open spaces, natural areas, and educational opportunities. So we want to try to provide for all of the interests. And if you're looking at, there is what's called SCORP, and it's the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan compiled by state parks. And it's for local trail use, reflects broad community participation. And I don't disagree. We have a ton of hikers up there, which is awesome. I think that's great. And what they say is we have 72% are walking, 20% are on bikes, and 6% are on horseback. So really the statewide. CPRD, and this is where I really want to get into something with you, we represent 38,000 taxpayer households within this district. 38,000. Those people pay taxes to the Chehalem Park and Recreation District. The majority of the comments that came online were outside of the Park and Recreation District. I need to look for the people that are paying to basically provide recreational opportunities, whether it be the pool, whether it be Riley Park, whether it be the skate park. I'm looking at all those people. And when they come up and ask me, we like to do this, we have a responsibility to respond. And to respond basically in a professional manner and work with our staff. I don't think this ever should have come to our board, ever. I think this should have been a staff decision from the get-go. We took basically staff responsibilities, and the board that came in 2 years ago decided they wanted to take it on and basically supersede the staff. So wherever this goes, I'm hoping that it will go to the staff and it'll be their decision as professionals, because most of us, all of us are volunteers. I've worked in the park systems for 38 years. I understand it. I understand all these parks and I intimately know every single park in this district. In the district show, taxpayers want mountain bike opportunities within the district, and the need exists now. It's a bigger population, folks with the bikes, than folks with the horses. And I think both are important. If someone does come to me and say, at Crystal Riley Park, we're going to exclude horses, I would be furious. But on the other hand, we can exclude another group. And so what I'm trying to say is, we want to be inclusive and not exclude people. So, but I appreciate the correspondence. I appreciate that people came and talked. Bob and Crystal Riley, again, are 327 acres of land owned by the district. Since acquiring Bob and Crystal Riley Park in 2014, we've spent over $250,000 up there in repairs and fixing. And that comes to where I want to talk about the east side. The east side where everybody wants to go. I get that. The trails are amazing. But you know who's done the job on the east side? Most of the work on the east side is the CPRD staff. Russ Sheehan cutting out all those trails. When I came in 2014, and I was responsible to 2018 for looking over that park as well as the entire rest of the 1,000 acres in our district. That side, the east side, had a couple trails up on top, and down below there might have been one trail overgrown with blackberries that they used for maintenance back in the day, or Bob Riley might have done it with his tractor. But what's there now was not there then. So I have pictures I've given to the board of what's there now and what was back there in 2016. And there's a big difference. So I'm hoping, however this turns out, you folks appreciate what the park staff and CPRD has done, because they've done a lot and spent that $38,000, or 38,000 homeowners that are paying the taxes. That money has gone up there too. So, so shared use and safeties, equestrian bicycles, in some places have worked out well. I'm going to be the first to admit that we did not do a good job as a staff. It was a management issue of making sure things went smoothly up there. At that time, we didn't have enough staff to take on everything that was given to the staff. I was one of the staff. And Casey knows exactly what I'm talking about. So we took on more land than we could handle. And so we had a problem with the bikes and even with the horses. And both groups acted out at times. And I can tell you this, both groups will act out forever, because that's the way it works in the parks. I mean, we just state parks, our parks, whatever. We have horses that don't do what they're supposed to. They run across the fields when they're not supposed to. That all happens, and I get it. But we had a sales agreement with Crystal Riley Park. The agreement was signed with the foundation, not the Riley family. I really wish that we could have met with Crystal and made this deal. Because then we would have really known, instead of people saying this, that, and everything, what people thought or what people felt. The district's honoring the signed agreement. I look at another one of our parks, Ewing Young Parks. It's 46 acres. We have two things that are mainly going on up there. We have people that are hiking right now and people that are riding horses right now. And there's people running in between. But if you look at Ewing Young Park, which is 46 acres, we have RC car track, BMX track, skateboard park, walking trails, dog park, a playground, and a disc golf course in 46 acres. Why can't we take a look at that park and work it out to be able to let the bikers back on? Now, when I say that, I'm looking at what people have said tonight, and one of the things they said tonight to me is that many riders do not and will not use the west side. That was stated by several people here tonight. So my thought process on this is that we look at not the east side as much, but we look at part of the west side and be able to work it out to where we can take the folks over there. I'm not saying the riders will be happy with that, the bike riders or the horse folks, but until we can find a proper place for that recreational activity, I think we need to look at looking at the entire park and coming to a perspective on that. You know, we have to commit as a park district to maintain safe trails. If the staff comes up and says we can't do this safely, then we shouldn't do it safely. We shouldn't do it. Okay? This is an opportunity to provide a venue for more of the people that pay taxes in this community. That's why I really wanted to know how many people were in district that were speaking tonight, because we have so many people coming and using that property out of district, and we have to maintain it as taxpayers. Right.
And that's
So, yeah, so, and I'm not saying you folks that are out of district aren't helping with donations and so on and so forth, but we really have to look at all the folks that are paying the taxes and are helping to put our staff up there. So with that said, is there anything else the board would like to say?
Yeah, there's one other thing that I simply forgot. It's not in response to anything any of the other board members said, but you know, one thing that was important to me and that I've observed at these board meetings is that we've all sat here and said we want a place for mountain bike riders, and we've sat here and said we have a number of projects in our strategic priorities that require a lot of financial attention, and I believe that this park can solve both of those concerns. We don't have the money to go purchase another property. I'm looking forward to hearing what Jason has to say in a little bit. But either way, things are a long ways down the road. And so that's kind of why I think in the meantime, this is a great option to solve both of those issues. Yeah, and it's not from lack of trying that we have found mountain bike places. Jason, you've been working very hard. The staff has been working very hard, but it seems that our district just doesn't have it as it stands. That's the last thing.
Anyone else?
I had some thoughts, but
go ahead.
I'm still processing. So if you guys have something, feel free.
Nope.
Anything else?
I think the gist of it is, how can we as neighbors come together and solve a problem that benefits everybody? What's a way that bikers could be potentially at Riley Park in all of the land that we have right now?
People will hold their comments or they'll be asked to leave. Thank you.
I will leave.
Yeah.
This is a joke. You guys are frauds.
We're all leaving.
I'll object myself. Thank you.
Yeah. I trust our staff. We have an amazing superintendent, and we have the best staff. Okay? They're going to do their best. Now, what's the right answer? I don't know yet. And we can't come up with a definitive, in my opinion, we can't come up with a definitive east versus west tonight. That's not fair. We need more objective information. I would like the staff to be able to have that opinion, because that opinion was taken away from them 2 years ago. They can't even look there as potential. And I don't think that's right for our taxpayers.
Are you done? I'm going to tell you, there's nothing more important than our integrity, okay? Absolutely nothing more important. I will tell you, when I made the decision to make the motion to remove the bicycles, it had nothing to do with safety, which is an incredibly important issue. To me, it was all about the intent. And I believe that we absolutely needed to restore the integrity of CPRD. So no amount of talking about how can we get along. I honestly believe that we have other options. I think we need to look at those other options and stay the course exactly where we're at. I do not believe that we should reintroduce bicycles on Bob and Crystal Riley Park.
listening to the discussion from the board, it's clear that, as you said, we don't have the answers, right? I think we do have a really good path, which is let's explore other pieces of land where we can build single track bike trails that are accessible within the district. And you keep saying the district thing, and I have trouble with that. I think it was about 70 or 80% out of district use, specific to the Wilsonville, Sherwood, and Lake Oswego bike clubs last time. So
that's a valid point.
And there's a reason, though. This is the reason. The biking at Riley Park was not open your garage door and go bike on a trail. It was mommy and daddy put a bike rack, buy me a $5,000 bike, drive me 30 miles up the mountain so I can race my bikes. That was the situation, and we know it because it happened. So there's a little bit of a disconnect that we're having this conversation. We're acting like something different will happen, even though we know what will happen because it already happened, and it was in the recent past. So the primary user groups are going to be out of our district. If we want bike trails that 20 years from now are a gem for our district, it's because they'll be accessed by people, especially kids within our district, who can access it by bike, not haul your bike up a mountain. So the district residents, the district tax argument, I think is defeated by that because we've seen it happen and we know we have other options. I think the other problem is what you're saying, you're not sure how to cut it up. There's not going to be a good way of dividing it. East and west. That it didn't work in the past, it won't work in the future, and it in effect will eliminate equestrian use in the park. No one is going to spend 8 hours in a day to load their horse up, trailer it, drive the horse up the mountain if they believe that, one, they can't access a portion of the trail system that they've been accessing, whether it be the technical side or the least technical side. And second, if they even have the belief that they'll run into a horse or run into a bike, they won't go. These mixed use trail systems are used by so few equestrians.
And
It's
let's
like
talk
5 or
about-
10%.
And let's
use.
talk about those pieces of property. We're not talking about blind spots. We're not talking about blind corners. We're talking about wide open areas where you can see a long ways away of what's coming up in front of you or what's behind you.
So I guess my recommendation, from even based on what I'm hearing from the three of you, is we don't have the information to make a decision tonight. So why don't we wait? Why don't we get more information? And when we do make a decision, maybe we can make a better one. I don't, because if we just say, oh, let's split it up, hey, Clay, you figure it out, that knowing it's not going to work because it didn't work in the past, and then knowing that it's going to be extremely expensive to manage that with the park ranger and the other things that are going to be required, like are required in state parks with these kind of multiple uses, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know why we're talking about it tonight. We're not prepared.
I think that we're looking at a management issue before. I think that we need to look at that issue again. So I'm prepared to make a motion. And my motion is this, is that we hire the consultant that Clay brought to us, and that within the next 2 months, he looks at areas that are realistic, including Riley Park, and come back to us with an opinion, and then at that time, we can discuss it again and vote. I don't want to kick the can down the road. I was ready to just say, hey, this is the way it's going to be. But a lot of good things came up tonight as far as conversation, and as far as let's do a little more research. So that's my motion. Can you read that back?
Director McMaster moves that we hire the consultant that Clay brought to us, and that within the next 2 months, he looks at areas that are realistic, including Riley Park, and come back to us with an opinion. And at that time, he brings that information to us and we vote.
I would like to take and table that motion if we could, myself, and I'd like to move on with this meeting a little bit, and let's talk about some options before we decide we're going to go that route,
Table it,
if we could.
table it till when?
In the next 10 minutes, or however it takes for us to get past item number 7.
Whether you bring up a certain property that we don't own at this time or not, I still think whatever property it is needs to be looked at by that consultant. So I'm not saying what you're going to bring forward is wrong, and I think that consultant should take a look at that property, but I think that that's my motion, and I request it not be tabled at this time.
All right, well, I will second your motion. How's that? Your motion, not emotion.
Do I look emotional?
A little bit. Not only Nick.
Okay.
Passionate guy.
Can I call for a vote on that? We have a second by,
We have a motion and a second. Your board can discuss, propose things, or vote.
you want to discuss or? we want-
Well, the motion's on the floor, so it's alive.
Yeah, I would like staff. Is that a realistic expectation with your?
The scope of work timeline is scoped to finish sometime in May, is what we've been told. So 2 could be a stretch, but May is doable if that's acceptable. But I can tell them we want it sooner rather than later. And there was going to be a baseline study at Bob and Crystal Riley Park anyway. So if the final report, if that's amended so that the final report considers it as an alternative and see what that professional's opinion is, that can be included in the report without any significant amendment to the proposal.
Okay,
So yes, it's doable.
all right. So I'm talking 2 months. Let's see if we can do it at that. That's what I gave you.
We'll try 2 months. If that's not deliverable,
You'll let us know.
I will inform the board.
Okay. So we have,
And we are going to be looking at properties regardless whether we own them today or not.
The proposal has multiple properties in it that we don't own, that we've talked about previously, that seem promising.
Okay.
And that seem like we could get public access or acquisition.
okay, we have a second. All those in favor? Voice vote?
Do you want to do a roll call vote?
Yes.
Director Fields,
Aye.
Director Conan,
Aye.
Director Slider,
Aye.
Director Smith.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. Thank you all for coming. You might want to stick around
Yeah,
because
stick
Jason
around.
has something he wants to share with us tonight.
You've already
On a
been here
property?
so long.
Board members, do you all want to take a 5-minute body break?
No. No,
Okay.
let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break and come back. Thank you.
All right. See y'all in 5.
Okay. I'll be in touch.
That's what I learned.
Chick on the TV. If she never let me.
I get that.
I heard it. I'm gonna furnish like Did you hear that? Oh my god.
I was over there that day and I'm like, she's like, I'm not home yet. What am I doing? Dare I told her earlier.
Really sharp.
It's like this with a little pointy thing on the end. It's sick.
Yeah.
He's like, oh no, because I started telling him, he's like, oh, I know where you're going with this. Oh.
That's just more for Lord. Yeah. Just get you started.
Wow.
Yeah.
I said, well, this is
Right. Could have been.
you're getting this spot.
That would have been a lot worse.
Yeah. That would have been worse. You guys would like each other. So we're seeing
Okay.
disappointed in you.
Well, no, it could have been different. So it'll be too disappointed yet.
Completely.
We're missing the Pepsi guy.
Oops. Clay, are you responsible for the Pepsi?
I was, but you've been working your way through them really slowly.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting, and next on the agenda is adopt resolution number 2026-03.
Jim, your
limiting
mic's really
liability.
quiet. Mic is off, actually. There you go.
Adopt resolution number 2026-03, limiting liability for certain claims arising from the use of public trails and structures in public easements and unimproved rights of way pursuant to ORS 105.1668. Clay, could you enlighten us?
so this was something that the Special Districts Association of Oregon and the Oregon Recreation and Parks District is recommending that all districts in our situation opt into. So in the past, jurisdictions over 100,000 residents in size had the opportunity to get these additional liability protections. And so that has been opened up through this legislation that passed in the last legislative session that made that available to our jurisdiction too, specifically for park districts in our situation. So they basically, the way that it's evaluated is there's no real downside. It just increases our liability protections. And when we say there's recreational liability versus recreational immunity, so this is a slightly different thing than the recreational immunity issue, but it is something that's good for us in terms of having those additional liabilities protection. Also, I spoke with a representative from our insurance provider, SDIS, and our agent of record with Brown & Brown within the last week about this and some other issues, and they said there was no downside for this. Go forward and do it. They're telling everyone to, and we're using a model resolution that came from SDAO that has been vetted by those parties.
Okay, so you'll need a motion on this?
I make a motion to adopt resolution number 2026-03, eliminating liability for certain claims arising from use of public trails.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call on that, please.
Jason Fields, aye.
Nick Conan, aye.
Jim McMaster, aye.
Matt Smith, aye.
Brandon Slider, aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, Director Fields is bringing us a proposal to lease the old Newburgh landfill site.
God, I didn't even say it yet. You already know about it.
Well, it's written right here, buddy.
Is it? Is it right on there?
He put it in the board.
It's on there. By God, it is. It's late. Okay, so here's the deal. You guys know that I'm the liaison to the Board of Commissioners. All right. I'm also on the Budget Committee for Yamhill County. And one of the problems that they have is we always have a problem funding our sheriffs for the boat, for the sheriffs that are out on the Willamette River all summer long. We have a problem with storage of their boats, and so, I've been thinking about what can we do to solve that problem and what can we do to solve this problem with bicycles. Another thing is we have been wanting to, from what I understand, for years and years and years, it has been a dream of CPRD's to acquire that piece of property for a potential boat launch site for paddle boats, a place to possibly ride bikes, hike, maybe walk your dog, whatever. So anyways, I got together with one of the commissioners and I said, look, I know how to kill a couple birds with one stone, and I'm going to make a proposal and you tell me if this is something you guys might have an appetite for. So I suggested that they lease that piece of property to CPRD for $1 for 100 years. And in so doing, what CPRD would do is we would build or put up a structure that is a building that would house a couple of their boats and whatever equipment they need. So I got together with Sheriff Elliott and I got him together with Clay so that they could figure out what it was that they needed. I have no idea where that has gone from a week ago, or maybe it's 2 weeks ago now. Or maybe it's 3 weeks. How long has it been, Clay?
2 or 3 weeks.
3 weeks ago. So, but here's the deal, okay? Matt alluded to this. Imagine you're a parent, or you're just a kid that lives in Dundee, or you live in Newburgh. Rather than having to have your parents haul your bicycle clear up to Bob and Chris O'Reilly Park, instead you get to pedal from your house right to the park, right to the trail, right to the trail that's going to go amongst a couple different pieces of property that we own. This piece of property and this landfill site, which I hate calling it. I want to call it Waterfront Park because it's on waterfront, and it sounds way better. But here's the thing. It's very steep in parts, and it could make a very, very great park. I don't know what the cost is to build a building. My gut feeling is, and I'm not talking about a building that is like this building here. I'm talking about just buying a metal building. It could have a rock floor. That's what we're talking about. And the other thing is the other thing that we could do is rather than have them lease us the entire 53 acres, maybe what we do is we give them the section where the building is going to be so that they can maintain that building. If they want to add water to it, they want to add electricity to it, they want to do whatever they want to do, they'll be responsible for that, and we would be responsible for the rest of it. I told them that what I envision us doing, and of course I was only talking in the capacity of what I want to do, not what the board is going to agree to do. But what I suggested we would probably do is we would build trails and we would open that piece of property. We already know that there are people using that property during the summertime. And we have no legal access to that. There are gates up there. Wouldn't it be great to have those gates come down, have trails, have another spot that is right along the river? So that is my idea. I don't know where this board is on that. I wasn't even sure I could say $1, but that's the facts. I told them, well, I'd like to buy it or lease it. Oh, and by the way, by doing this, because this is a landfill site, there are some obligations. But we wouldn't have those obligations. Instead, Yamhill County would still have those obligations because you still have to have a bond for $1 million because it is a landfill site. And there are requirements of checking the whales. But again, that's on Yamhill County. This is an idea that will benefit every single Yamhill resident. I don't care where you live. And this gets us that much closer to having this dream of where we have trails that connect everywhere for everybody within Yamhill County. So that's my idea. That's what I'm excited about. I don't see anybody jumping for joy over here, but it is an awesome idea.
I'll jump in. I am on the Yamhill County Sheriff's Foundation Board, and we're a nonprofit that raise money for the Sheriff's Department. And just being part of that for just the last month or so, I can tell you that they are in a financial situation where things like this could go a long way. So they're trailering their boats all the way from the other side of McMinnville to Rogers Landing. Rogers Landing is the county's busiest park. And it's way out of the way from their grounds department and from where their sheriff's offices are and so forth. So this is a pretty dire need for the sheriff's department. They really would, having 3 or 4 bays to park undercover, of course, it would have to be at minimum a pole barn with a locked door, having that to park their equipment, their emergency equipment, their boats that they need to patrol the river, and they're the only patrol out here. And the river is extremely busy, especially in July and August. So I think that it really makes sense for them. I know that we've talked about the landfill site before, and the history, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that there was a potential belief that we would acquire this someday from the county. This is what I was told by prior administration, and that the county gave some sort of assurances that it would be transferred after the bypass survey and the bypass road was built. We've talked about this in the past, but obviously the dollar amount was more than one. And it was a purchase, not a lease. And so there was concerns, us holding the liability for the insurance would have to be $1 million bond we'd hold. So this, to me, does seem like a win-win. I know it would be a win for the sheriff's department. And I think it would be a huge win for us. And I also believe, like I said earlier, the riverfront is going to be where these communities of Newburgh and Dundee grow. And we need to start planning how we're going to build parks in the riverfront yesterday. We should be spending our time on these things because this is our future. I know the top 3 acres of this is flat and usable, and we can build certain minimal buildings is what I was told, like covered type pavilion areas and potentially a parking area. But the rest of it would be used for trails and a riverfront trail eventually. So,
I have a question. Is this, because I know there's the paper mill site and the landfill site. Which one has the methane issue?
The landfill.
Okay, so how do we know that that's safe to recreate on or build on? How can we get that information?
I'll step down here a little bit. Casey, you remember when we met with DEQ? Yep. And do you remember what DEQ said about that property?
They said it has some constraints and that technically you can't really dig into that property, and it's, nothing can be planted on it, and it has to be kept covered up with erosion cap. You can build trails on it, but you have to build up. And that there's no, most of the dump site is within the hillside. And that down by the water is not dump site, and up toward the fence at the top of the hill, that's really may not be on the landfill. I know Don had proposed a parking lot up there at one point, but that would have all been fill on top. He also looked at putting turf fields on that property.
Really? I didn't hear that part.
Building a retaining wall and level spot, but because you can't dig into the hillside, it becomes a problem. So we have looked at different options. We have gotten a study back, an environmental survey.
On that property?
On that property.
Oh, okay.
And it's available to the board.
So I don't want to take the mountain bike community and just say, here you go there, no matter where it is. I mean, or the horse community to say, okay, you've got this flat acreage that has no hills for 80 acres or whatever. You know, both of them require different things, and both of them want, so really we would have to talk to them. And I think that right now, to tell you the truth, and I'm speaking for me, and you can think this through, is that I think that that area there is a beautiful area. It's a landfill, it's got a cap on it, and it's got a little bit of earth over the top, but you've got grave diggers and so on and so forth that are going in there. If we put people in the area that's still, we have methane still coming out of some of those wells, and someone falls into that dirt and there's contamination, there's problems, we as a district need to be really, really careful. Now, if you were to say to me, or the public even, hey, we want to put an overlook there, at the top a little bit, build it up, and people can watch the different birds of prey and the deer and so on across again, that's different. But putting people on there, that's a stretch for me until I had a lot of answers. And the problem that we have right now, and I guess it's a good problem, is that our staff has Sanders Park project going on. Our staff has maintenance issues going on. Our staff has several other projects going on, and to burden them with more as a staff to do all the homework and do this, the golf course clubhouse and here, all these things are going on. We just need to be really careful that we have the staff to be able to handle the research and the work. And so I'm not saying that it's not a piece that we might not, that we could look at and people could enjoy the views and so on and so forth. And after 50 years when they clear it, because to let you know, Ewing Young Park is on an old landfill.
Yep.
And we got DEQ to release it to do what we did. And we would need to do the same there. So I just worry about safety and staff time and all that. That's
So
my thoughts.
I find it, I'm just going to say I find it comical that we're talking about safety issues when we just spent, how many hours we've been here now? 5 hours, 4 hours. We spent 4 hours talking about safety issues and talking about staff time and all of those things. And I respect the things that you have to say. They are valid points, but it doesn't matter whether it's this piece of property or whether it's Bob and Chris O'Reilly Park. The good news is Bob and Chris O'Reilly Park is already set up for horses right now, and we don't have to change anything. We don't have to worry about anything. But what we do have to do is we will have to worry about how the hell are we going to police it? We sure as hell couldn't police it
I thought we
before.
were talking about this landfill right
You're
now,
right.
not-
You're right.
I
You're
don't want
right.
to go back to the park, because we've done that tonight.
Okay,
If
so
we're not
let's.
going to stick to what you brought up,
Yeah.
then we need to move on.
Well, I think that those are valid points. Safety issues are a valid point. But I remember when I very first got, when I first was elected here, and I remember talking to some of the board members, and I remember how excited Don was specifically, Don Clemens, about how excited he was that we could potentially get that piece of property. And he had all these ideas of where we could get dirt to bring in there. And he said, that's all we got to do, Jason, is bring in dirt. He says, we'll get dirt from all over where they're going to be building our new bypass. So, look, I think it's a valid point, but we're talking a very low amount of money. I mean, we're talking, I believe, we're going to get some real figures, but I bet that we're going to be looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of, I don't know, $35,000 to $55,000 for a building. For everything that we need. That is a very low amount of dollars for 53 acres worth of property that we can have access to right now, the public could have access to. And I'm going to tell you right now, we can talk about all the safety issues, which are valid concerns. People are on this property during the summertime right now. So, my recommendation, I don't know if this is a proper time or not, but if I could make a recommendation, I'd say I would really like to make sure that we have Clay actually talking to him.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance yet, but I want to say I think this is an incredible deal. $1 for a lease is a great price. I would like to see.
It's actually going to be $34,000 or $50,000 for the building.
Yeah, and I'll get there, but I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. So I agree. I'd like to see Clay pursue the discussions with Mr. Elliott. But I kind of what maybe Jim was alluding to. For right now, I don't think staff should dedicate too much more time to this project. But it's definitely something that we should pursue. I think and thank you for your work talking to the county commissioners on that.
And if I can jump in from the staff side, is based on the introduction from Director Fields, I did speak with Sam Elliott, and so from their department, I asked them to provide us with what does that structure look like. Give me a prefab or something like that so we can point at a dollar figure. And so the lease is relatively good, but I would be hesitant to start making commitments to the public about on what timeline we could activate it, because there would be a lot of research. But if it's something that's so long-term, like a 100-year lease, it kind of goes into a land bank, even though it's a lease as opposed to us acquiring something. So that's okay to do those while we figure those out. I haven't been able to get any additional information thus far from either DEQ or the county for constraints or delineated areas and what things are kind of a no-touchy area versus those that are fine, those that are under active methane monitoring versus those that are, typical air quality and aren't a concern. So those are things we need to figure out after we start getting things like a dollar figure from the county. But for example, if the county gets back to us and tells us it's $250,000 or whatever, something much greater than what we expected, then we can discuss that with your board at that point. But then we know what they're asking for.
Well, I want to be clear that the number that I spoke about was $1 for 100 years.
Right.
And we would put up a building that would house their 2 boats plus their equipment.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm sure that if this was to go through, if they were to do this lease, it would be immediate that we would need to put those buildings up. That wouldn't be something we would be sitting on.
Right.
And I think what you're saying is true, that there's safety concerns and there's staff costs. There's safety concerns and staff costs with our prior discussion. I think that's what Jason was getting at. Things are going to cost us more money. But there are things that 10 to 20 years from now, we know this was the right decision. And that's what planning is, as opposed to fighting and squabbling over the same things. And if we actually get to the point as a board where we start planning we're going to reap the benefits. Maybe we'll be dead, but this district is going to reap the benefits. This is, we don't get a lot of no-brainers here, but at 10:07, this is a no-brainer. So let's do the things that we know we need to do. Let's not convolute the issues. Even if the mountain bike never touches this park,
Okay,
we
I
should be
agree
doing
with
this.
that. From the standpoint, we have the 219 property, 90 acres that we've land banked. And knowing that it's on the river and we will be using that sometimes down the road. I have no problem with land banking that, because the last deal that the county came to us with, when we were talking about that property, you remember that?
I remember that we didn't want to move forward on it.
wasn't as good of a
because
deal.
because
It was
yeah.
300 and something $1,000. So now we're down to $1.
Well, we didn't
So-
have, yeah.
So I'm just saying, but I get the trade, and I think that they probably want to say, Park and Rec, here you go. And I think if we can look at the properly, if we can land bank it, but we're gonna have to protect certain areas, and DEQ is gonna have certain requirements for us to protect. I think that it'd be great to do it that way, and then slowly get into it if we have our opportunity. So I'm not against it, I just wanna make sure that we do it carefully.
Yeah, and look, if this isn't a bicycle property, that's the way that it is. But I think that we got to be looking forward, and when we have these opportunities, we have to take these opportunities because they won't be around forever. And like you said, if this was to go away, which it's not going to, but if it was to go away, it's gone.
Yeah, we're giving maybe 50 years down the road, the community a waterfront property. But, and you can probably go on the trail down below it. if
Yeah.
you go through some
People are already
Oh, I know
on
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we should.
Due diligence, why, I don't see what's wrong with
As long as
looking
staff
into
has
it.
the time right now.
I just want the information.
Well, and then the mountain bike part of it, that was part of one of the properties that was going to be evaluated anyway. So we,
Yeah, it feels like it's
so
part of the
we'll
picture.
probably know thoughts on that separately.
Okay, so there, I don't know if there needs to be a motion on this, Clay.
You're gonna.
If you all want to make a motion, just to make sure that you're all on the same page, that would be fine, but I think I hear general concurrence that we'll continue talking to the county, and if it proceeds we'll just basically give you an update like we would on our other projects. But I just want to make it clear, I don't see this right now as a heavy lift, but lots of things don't start as a heavy lift, then they start getting complicated. And so, if it starts coming to a point where we have to talk about how do other projects happen in our workload, I will talk to the board about that.
And we appreciate you doing that.
And then one other thing I just want to throw out before we miss it, can you send us that information that was gathered? I know it was a couple years ago or so, but, and I know every 5 years, it's like, there's a little less regulation, a little less until finally it's released. So one thing that I'm just going to throw out there is a lot of the best parks in the Portland area on the whole West Coast are old landfill sites, and Ewing Young is one of them. So it's right. It's just a matter of time. So knowing the details and knowing what we had 6 years ago, that's as bad as it can be. It might be in 4 years, that's 10 years, and we're already looking at a whole different set of lesser regulations. So
Hey, one more thing. One of the reasons why it was imperative to me that we are moving on this quicker than, faster, is because I want it in the budget. If we decide that this is a way we want to go, I want to look and say, okay, if it's $55,000 plus the dollar to buy it or lease it, I want it in the budget because I want this to be, I would very much like it if the residents of Yamhill County and all those that use the Willamette River right here off of Rogers Landing, if we had a better access for our sheriffs, if the residents within Yamhill County or CPRD could use this property. So, and we're not talking about a significant amount of dollars. So that is why it's imperative that we find out what is the size of this building and what's the cost to erect it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I was wondering, do we have anyone here from the golf course Clubhouse, we didn't have any report from them, or do we have a report from them?
There was no meetings.
Okay, so there was no meeting, so, and the Heritage Trail spoke earlier, I think. So I don't know how the board feels, and I want to talk to Superintendent Clay on this. If we go ahead and end the meeting, or are there things that we want to?
If
Because
you don't
it's
have any
10,
questions on my board report, I can just tell you that my report is done, and I can ask staff to make it pretty tidy for you, and then we'll have gone through the entire agenda.
Okay, so real quick on board comments that are next. If you have a comment, great. If you don't, but just please make it quick because it is getting late.
So I'm going to tell you guys, I had never been to our senior center. What an incredible facility that is. The stuff that they have for our seniors to do there is absolutely amazing. I was there, I think, 3 weeks ago, and I sang country music for a bunch of our seniors, and it was absolutely fantastic. That's all I got, Your Honor.
No comments from me.
I don't have any comments.
Nothing for me.
I'm just going to also shout out the senior center. It's an awesome place.
Okay. Then we have superintendent's report.
So 2 things. First one, anything you can do to share in your networks, the Camellia Festival, it's coming up. This is going to be kind of a reboot since we're taking it over much more fully than we have in the past. So share it with your people. You'll see stuff going out on our socials and things like that. But any of the groups you go to, whether it's Rotary or Kiwanis or social groups or things like that, just help us spread the word. So if that's just this 5, if it's the extra people that we've got in the crowd, please send it out there. We really want it to people to show up and enjoy it. And then, and I know Julie's really looking forward to seeing a good turnout in the run. So we're going to do the 5K, 10K run walk again too. And then the other one is I just wanted to ask the board, did you have any questions about the City of Newburgh's invitation to participate in the road improvement on Fernwood? And Roger, I don't know if you submitted anything, but the individual that initiated this and thought it was a good kind of safety concern worth looking into was Roger Kuhlman, who's on our Golf Course Clubhouse Citizen Advisory Committee and is also on the city's Traffic Safety Commission. So he thought he saw 2 different places for potential safety improvements. We went out and did a site visit. The city said, one, we don't want to encourage people to cross here because sure enough, it's a bad place. And then the other one, they said, maybe this has got legs, and that's what we're talking about in the superintendent report.
What's your recommendation?
It's kind of a policy when it's about $16,000, 25%. I think it's generally a good suggestion. Do I think the city should just pay for it? Yes, but they've also said, if we don't have a partner, we don't have the funds. We're trying to make do with funds that we've got. So before I go into where do I pull this from and where do we have it from, I think we've got enough money in the capital budget to do this. And I think that there will be beneficiaries, especially one of the things that concerns me a bit is like, for example, there's an age-restricted neighborhood just a block north on the north side of PCC, and it does go right to our trailhead when you come off of that. And I would hate for there to be, I haven't seen in any records, and I haven't heard anything, Casey can tell me if he knows more, of a near miss or a fatality or an injury at that intersection, but I would rather not have one. And so I could see why they invited us to participate. But I could also, I could say we can do 10 grand, but we can't do 16 or whatever. But at the same time, I think they're making a good faith invitation to participate on something they just can't do on their own. So that's part of why I wanted to invite board thoughts, because I don't want us paying for other people's projects, even if we, in concept, support them. We just don't have the funds for that.
Can you clarify exactly where this is? Is this from getting from the golf course across the street, kind of by where the...
Brecher.
Say again?
Where...
Boucher.
Brucher? I don't know how to say it correctly. I've only been here 3 years. But where it tees at the golf course, where
Our
Brucher
side
comes
of
down.
Course from here.
Is it where it goes across where there's a community garden set area?
Yeah, right off that corner near PCC.
I'm gonna say it like this, as a board person, our visitors are coming to our place. If it requires us to spend $16,000 to keep our citizens safe, it should not even be a question. We should do whatever it takes to keep our citizens safe.
Yeah.
If it's $16,000, we should do it. It shouldn't even be a question. It's one-time deal, and it's finished.
We bring a lot of hikers through that trail.
I mean,
It's our most
I think
popular used trail.
95% of people who walk across that future crosswalk will be going to the Getman Loop.
Yeah.
So I'm with Jason. I think we should do it. It's a good faith. But yeah, I also agree. I don't want it to set the precedent that we're going to continue to pay for other people's projects.
Just
Do we
case by
have it in the
case.
budget?
Case by
Yes.
case.
Do you
basis.
think we can swing it in this year's
Yeah.
budget, or can we kick it to the next year's budget?
This year's budget would satisfy, and if for some reason they can't get the project rolling, we can just make sure there's space in that one.
Yeah. I would thank you, Roger, for working on this. I called Will, the city manager, about this, and I'm like, hey, this is in our meeting. Why do you want us to spend some money? And he gave me the full details and probably gave more examples than was necessary on some of the alternatives, as you know, Will is. So, yeah, I agree. I think this is necessary.
Yeah, a lot of people walk to get onto the trail from the parking lot of PCC. So.
Yep.
Do you need a motion, or do you?
I don't need that. That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Because it'll have to come back in your consent agenda anyway, so you still get to see it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to surprise you on the consent agenda. It seems like a bad form.
Can we
So
move
That's all I got.
Can we move the open house executive summary to the next meeting?
There's nothing to present.
Okay.
It's just giving it to you. We just put it under there. So
Okay, and project updates?
Jake with pickleball, they're still moving along. We decided to do a conditional change to the land use, so we submitted an application to the city, so that got noticed today.
Is that on the sound?
Yeah, correct. The sound mitigation. So we'll know in 120 days or so.
If the pickleball community wanted to make a public comment on that land use application, they'll have the ability to do so shortly. You know
Why
anyone-
are you looking at me?
Thank God he was looking at me.
And I did hear of some concerns of drainage from the pathway into the new courts. And when that does get landscaped, it shouldn't be a problem. And we've even talked about it gets a tackifier, the hydro seeded, or even if we put sod down, might be better.
Which side was that now? I'm sorry.
It's on would be the southwest side,
Yes.
so southeast side.
East,
sorry.
southeast, yeah.
So they're gonna add another lift to that and then put
Yes.
the plexiclave pave on?
Yep.
After that?
Yep.
Because I know that plexipave has to go down under certain temperatures, certain
Yeah.
environmental.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next, Senator State Park, they're working really diligently on trying to get the splash pad, the rocks in the right spot, and I've spent numerous hours grinding and cutting and making sure, because it's natural rock, that it's safe. They continue to work on the concrete pathways. The Fifth Street's had a lot of work done to it. Probably more than anyone knew was ever going to happen to it. We've had some discussions on how to repair that so it looks nicer than it does. Just found out last week that Brett, I can't remember, the architect that's been working on the project, his last day is tomorrow with
Isn't that
Lango
always the way it
Hansen.
works?
So Kurt Lango is going to help us out with that. And mostly it involves submittals and that type of thing, so.
So we're on track for
We
the
are,
grand opening then?
we
in
are on
September?
track to finish by May.
That's great.
They're still working on irrigation in the park. Brian's got a whole bunch of plants lined up to put in there. Has certain things staged at nurseries that they've been really good working with us. So, and the restroom's done. It does kind of look like a thumb in the middle of the park, but
Yeah, it's up. It's
perhaps when we
Where they
get,
need to go, I guess.
perhaps,
I think the color palette looks good in the barn.
perhaps, yes, it does. It matches the barn perfectly. I think perhaps when you get some landscaping around all those things, and it's going to take your eyeball off it. So.
Prettiest bathroom in Dundee.
It is, and it's very prominent.
but save the date for the ribbon cutting. So we're gonna
That's
do that.
great.
July 8th is the date. And so we've sent that out to folks. Thank you, Kat.
Yep, thank you. We got all the permits for the bypass trail. We went and talked to the airport. I've been to see Jerry Dale and his group down there a couple times over the last few weeks because our crane is going to interfere in their airspace. So we have a plan.
Did they agree to the plan?
Yes, they agreed. No, they work with ODOT on the bypass, and they're open to it. And because of the way the construction goes, there's always time periods during the day you have to kind of wait when they're driving piles, and they have to leave it wait for a while, and then they go back and see if it refused to go any further. Because there's no bottom in that soil over there. There's no bedrock. Well, there might be, but highly doubt it.
So you feel that we may be able to start,
They're doing some erosion control, I think, this week and next week. And as soon as it dries out enough that they can get a road, a haul road and a site road down into that area, they'll be down there.
okay, great.
You guys, are there questions about the capital projects report from Casey?
We just, what's going on?
You get to read them every
I
month.
know, but I like to hear it coming from the guy that's doing the work.
So we've gone through this is the clubhouse feasibility study. Gone through a lot of concepts, and we haven't really shared everything with the board, but we have kind of, with the things that we have shared and things that we've looked at, we feel that the mid kind of clubhouse size is the best size for the property and for the community. And it's not just about the golf course. There was also lots of other things that were mentioned, you know, the driving range cover and the fire pits out in the front and putting greens and things like that. Basically, the buildings, I think it's 3720.
The building size? For
Yeah, for the mid. It's not, I forget what it is.
Sounds about right.
So it's not a 6,000 square foot clubhouse. It's moderate size, and for a public golf course and for what we want it for, and for if we decide to do another 9 holes at the same time, that it would fit all those needs as well as the community need. We've talked to one of the restaurant owners in town and had a good discussion on what size of kitchen he would be looking for, and gave him an overview of what type of events we'd hold there, what type of community response he'd get. There's 600 or 700 homes around within walking distance of that clubhouse. Not to mention people coming into town, the wineries, a lot of events that it could attract, weddings and things like that. So they're still working on numbers, and they're still working on kind of finalizing that concept, or not the concept, but they're working on design development right now. And they're still asking us questions about, you know, what would be the extra cost to build the third 9? What would be the maintenance costs? And it really isn't just another third on top or another half. It's very specific because you still have the equipment there. You just need more labor and perhaps 2 or 3 pieces of equipment instead of 19 pieces of equipment. So there's a definite very cost-effective way to do that. your irrigation, you're still irrigating on the same system. Your costs go up, but your system's still there. And this is something to think about when we're doing, when ODOT decides to put the bypass in, and I'll bring this up now, is that they're going to close down 3 holes on that golf course. So when I mentioned this to Clay the other day, maybe it would be a good idea to would be a damages thing for ODOT and get them to pay to build the 3 holes. We would still have the maintenance costs, but we can claim that as damages too.
I would
Because
assume they would need to pay for those 3 holes since they're taking the land.
But you're saying
Well,
with the third 9 construction,
they're going,
package it together.
they're going to close down 3 holes on our golf course, which is going to affect it a lot unless we provide alternative. We can claim that to ODOT. We would like to do this. Well, it would be the being paid to Providence, but Providence would be paying us. So we could theoretically build those 3 holes and not lose any revenue and still have an 18-hole golf course. It would be different, and it would cost to maintain those 3 holes, but it would be a start to do the 9 holes, and you'd only have 6 left to do. So, options.
You're saying ODOT's going to temporarily close the 3 or permanently cut them off?
We're going to do that. Providence is because they took a portion of the golf course,
Right.
which is 4F. They have to hold us harmless. So they have to replace anything that they take out. And we moved the bypass so that Providence could build that building that's there.
Right, okay.
So they have to replace what they took and provide damages for any effects. That's the simple way to explain it. So I won't get into that too much, but
I appreciate it. I just,
you'll
you know,
be hearing more about
People
that.
gonna jump me on the 9 and stuff tonight, and that's fine. This board has to know how
Yeah.
much everything's gonna cost.
Well, the 9, I'm going to guess 4.5 million, 4 to 4.5 million.
And then,
Some of the infrastructure is already there. So the irrigation pipes going to that property are in place already.
yeah, because we have to look at the,
There is not a lot of shaping going on. And it has access from 2 sides that I know of. And there's not 8 bridges. There's 2 bridges on that whole property. So it's a lot less than the first and second.
and Thousand Friends aren't involved here at all?
Well, that's, yeah, they could be. Still has to go through land use, but it is it's an allowed use on that property. I believe it's allowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So,
I know.
anything else I got on there? I don't know. Richard just blew up my phone.
I do.
I think I would just turn it over. Julie, knowing that it's after 10, what would you like to tell the team from the activity reports? Since most of them are your people. Any giant rock stars that you need to tell them about? They're all rock stars?
The father-daughter dance is on Saturday.
Ah.
Almost 300 people signed up.
I'm so
That's amazing.
so sad I can't make it this year.
New record. We're excited about that.
Awesome.
It's very awesome.
Okay.
event. Highly recommend
Kat,
it.
you got anything?
The minutes are 15 pages and they've been written by a human being.
All right. Woo! All right. So I think that's all we've got from staff.
Okay, I think that the board is ready to go. I have that feeling. So with that said, I would like to just adjourn.
All right.